Chapter 1393. It was about the dragon's graveyard. There was a saying that there was a dragon graveyard outside the elemental boundary, and all the dragons would come here before they died of old age and turned into bones. This saying was actually more widespread among the dragons, and Alaz knew from her own bloodline that there was such a place in a corner of the vast world. But even she did not expect to enter the dragon's graveyard under such circumstances. "Why are we here?" someone asked. The little female dragon also shook her head, indicating that she did not understand. This mysterious place also shocked her, even more than the others on the ship, because of the resonance of the dragon's bloodline in her heart. It made her understand that this place would one day be the home of all of them. But for some reason, Alaz turned back and looked at Brando. Both of them simultaneously thought of the dragons that were thrown in the direction of Tao Chica by the Twilight Dragon, including Flora. Were those dragons related to this place? Both of them deeply felt a sense of being shrouded in a conspiracy. The little female dragon seemed a little scared, which was a rare emotion in her. Brando seemed to have noticed that Alaz was shivering beside him, and for some reason, he subconsciously grabbed her hand. Alaz shivered for a moment, but quickly calmed down, and a mist rose from her face. "We did not come here by the will of the Twilight Dragon," Brando replied in a low voice. "It was Lady Martha who ordered us to come here and look at those bones. Countless of your ancestors are watching us, and the ancestral spirits will bless us to achieve the final victory." "Yes." Alaz nodded, feeling a little courage in her heart. After a while she suddenly said, "Brando, did you feel strange just now?" "Strange? I feel that the moonlight of the moon of magic is not leading the way for us. The answer to the mystery of the Emerald Sea may not be just these channels. The 12 moons of the magic sea are there, outside the elemental boundary of Wonde. It has been shining on our world for thousands of years. Why would they lead the way for us?" "You mean?" "After the rise of Agatha, we passed through the water curtain. Before and after the rise of Agatha, there was a clear deviation in the position of the ship." "Node?" Brando was stunned for a moment before he suddenly reacted. "One-way teleportation door." He immediately turned around and saw a faint shadow in the shadow left behind by the ship. To be exact, it was a light curtain. The light curtain itself was semicircular, but that was not its original shape. It was a strange scene formed by Agatha's moonlight shining on the spatial fault. All of this indicated that there was a one-way portal there. But it was fading away. So that's how it is. Brando suddenly understood that the dragons must have left such a masterpiece here. They used the relationship between space and magic to transform a one-way portal. Only at a certain moment, when the moonlight from different moons, or rather, the dark magic, shone on the portal in a special direction, would the portal open. This was the lunar waterway. "Delphian," he said immediately. The Prime Minister's daughter had been paying attention to the conversation between the two and immediately nodded. It turned out that behind the calculation of the Jade Riddle, there were several spatial nodes that existed here. After understanding this, calculating the next node was much easier than simply calculating the astronomical landscape. She immediately settled down and began to calculate the next formula, which was actually starting to be a little strenuous for her. It was not just a simple mental exhaustion, because when she first bathed in the moonlight of the Moon of Swords, she felt a strange calling. In the darkness, she saw a grotesque country. 12 women were watching her. One of them was a blind person, a pair of twins, and a little girl. The little girl smiled and said to her, "Welcome, our new companion. Do you see it? This is a sword, it's called Sevet, the meaning of the sage in the ancient runes. This is the auxiliary sword, the supreme inheritance of Tadisha." "Me? My name is Micaiah. Nice to meet you." The pure and flawless moonlight shone directly into her heart. Brando looked at the fine beads of sweat on Delphian's pale forehead. Princess Magadal could not bear to see it and kept wiping the sweat away, but even so, the sweat still flowed down her cheeks. "Miss Delphian, do you need to rest?" The Prime Minister's daughter shook her head weakly and said with a hoarse voice, "There's not enough time. The lunar waterway could disappear at any time. Now I can confirm that this waterway leads to the stagnation realm. This is the answer to the Jade Riddle." "I understand," Alaz suddenly said. "The last moon of the 12 moons is Timmy's. Timmy's is Ekka's youngest daughter. The heretic moon Timmy's is pale green in the reflection of the Sea of Magic." "The Jade Waterway," Phoenixwa also reacted. "Is that the last waterway to the stagnation realm?" "How many waterways have we passed through?" Agatha is the 10th moon, Otis is Ekis' 9th daughter. The next waterway is Castinia and Timmy's waterway. Wait, I have a question, Feng Qi suddenly said. But shouldn't the first moon be Ko Hua? I know that. Princess Magadal was very knowledgeable in astronomy, and said, because the first moon that the witches sensed after the Witch King's throne was the moon of Shield. Before the First Era, the sailors still set the first month of the year as the first month of the year when the moon of Shield rose in the middle of the night. Thus, the calendar used by the sailors was different from ours until the Year of Thunder. The White City region uses this calendar, so their new year is later than ours by about 2 months. Knowing that they were about to solve the riddle of the emerald and enter the world of stagnation, everyone on the ship couldn't help but feel a little nervous, because at this moment, every one of them had to rely on Delphine's calculations. The Prime Minister's daughter was already on the verge of collapse, but what was admirable was that she had been accurate in every calculation before this. Along with nervousness came excitement, especially for Phoenix Hua, Feng Qi, and Mr. Liu. The Jade Waterway was the oldest and most widespread legend in the Nine Phoenix. This legend was related to the true inheritance of the Eastern Kingdom, and for thousands of years, countless people had spent their entire lives on it. And at this moment, the mystery of this legend was about to be revealed in front of them. Mr. Feng Qi, at this moment, Phoenix was suddenly spoke. The Ironheart swordsmanship has always been the strongest among the 9 Phoenix sects. After obtaining the complete inheritance, what plans does the Ghost Chariot clan have next? Feng Qi was stunned. He did not expect his cousin to ask him such a question. After thinking for a moment he replied, in your eyes, we must be evil beyond redemption? My swordsmanship teaches me to judge with my heart, not with hearsay. Then what do you think? I don't know. Feng Qi shook his head and did not answer. Not far away from them, Lotus looked curiously at the people of the 9 Phoenix. Although she had read some documents about the 9 Phoenix Kingdom in the library of the church, she lacked understanding of the culture and history of this country. In fact, this was the common understanding level of most people in the world of Woned. An existence like Brando was very rare for the Woned of this era. Ling stood expressionlessly beside his sister, indifferent to the conversation of others. Compared to the excitement, nervousness, and uneasiness of the people of the 9 Phoenix, Brando did not seem so optimistic. As if noticing the look on his face, the little female dragon beside him asked, are you still worried about the Twilight Dragon? No, Brando shook his head. There are still dangers on the last waterway, the real challenge has not yet begun. How do you know? Alaz asked curiously. Because the moon's waterway was actually a dungeon. Brando wanted to answer that. There was no dungeon without a little bit of danger, and the first half of the moon's waterway was mainly composed of solving puzzles. In the second half, they had to kill their way through with real swords and spears. The danger of the moon's waterway mainly came from the last route, because it was conceivable that the exit of the last one-way portal must be in the Sea of Magic, and it was easy to guess what was in the Sea of Magic. And Brando believed that there must be a reason why the Tomb of the Dragon was arranged before the last checkpoint of the moon's waterway. The dragons were the warriors of the gods. Just like the lost names, even after they died, their spirits would still fight to protect the world. He had not forgotten that the Lord of Purgatory, Akentu, was also sealed in this place. If it was just a coincidence, it would be too far-fetched. On the moon's waterway between Eloranta and the 10 cities, the void predator Balia slept on the last section of the route. Here, above the green sea, what would they face? Brando turned his head and just saw Delphian open her eyes. A dazzling light flashed in her light purple eyes. Found you, the Prime Minister's daughter said firmly and slowly. At this time, Brando raised his hand and interrupted the voices of the others. He did not immediately let the undead sailors change their course, but drew his sword and said, everyone get ready to fight. Chapter 1394. As if to prove Brando's words, the originally calm sea began to ripple. The wide channel became narrow, and an undercurrent appeared between the reefs. The current washed against the bottom of the ship, and the ship shook violently. The undead sailors on the deck suddenly swayed, and the wooden barrels, ropes, and boxes that were piled up on the deck fell into the sea. Feng Qi, you go and operate the sails. Brando knew that the undead sailors were not reliable in such a situation. They were too weak, and he gave several orders. Magadal, bring Ling and Lotus to the bottom of the cabin. Phoenix Fire, protect Delphian. The rest of you put the undead sailors in the bottom of the cabin. They are useless on the deck, so let them pump the water. Feng Qi knew a little about sailing, and operating the sails was not a problem. But in the Nine Phoenix, that was the job of the sailors and servants. He grumbled and walked away. The others quickly moved as well. "Let me stay on the deck," Ling said with a straight face. "Mr. Brendel, I've been a sailor for a period of time, I can help." Brando glanced at Feng Qi. He knew that the ship could not rely on one person to operate the ropes, but he was worried about leaving the little girl on the deck. If she accidentally fell into the sea, no one would be able to save her. "Let me protect her." The little fairy lute flew up from Lotus's shoulder and said. Brando nodded. Feng Qi's strength was not bad, and under his control, the ship finally stabilized. The non-combatants on the deck, except for the Prime Minister's daughter, quickly went down to the cabin below. Although the deck was still very bumpy, Brando walked to the side of the ship as if it was flat ground, and looked up at the scene above the sea. As the ship sailed against the undercurrent, and gradually went deeper into the channel, the reefs on the sea began to become fierce. They stretched out into the dark night sky, like the sharp teeth or claws of a monster. These reefs gradually revealed their original appearance, the bones of a dragon, the horns, ribs, or the spine exposed above the sea. The sea seemed to have become conscious, and Brando saw another undercurrent coming from the 2 o'clock direction of the ship. It merged with the original undercurrent and formed a huge whirlpool. Far away from the whirlpool, Brendel could see even more currents, and in that direction, the surface of the sea was filled with potholes of various sizes. If it was not pushed in that direction by the currents, the ship would have been smashed into pieces in an instant. The sky became even darker, as if it was mixed with a violent storm. Lightning and thunder could be seen from the clouds above from time to time. Brendel did not notice when the clouds had accumulated in the night sky. The clouds blocked out the starlight, and the sea surface was so dark that it was impossible to see one's fingers. Lightning flashed through the darkness and occasionally lit up the surface of the sea, showing Brendel the raging waves. Brendel pursed his lips, but his expression was calm. This is not an ordinary storm, but a strong convective weather caused by the disordered space. The undercurrent on the sea also comes from this, which means that there is a spatial fault not far from here. In theory, a one-way portal is actually a spatial fault, but the portal is generally more stable. It seems that the situation in front of us is much more complicated than this. What is a strong convective weather? Alaz asked. Brando glanced at her. Don't you have any impression of the dragon's tomb? There are a lot of impressions, but they are all vague memories. This is a bloodline inheritance, like an innate memory, but not complete. However, unlike you humans, who will gradually lose their embryonic state or childhood memories as they grow older, the memories of us dragons will gradually stabilize as we grow older. This is also why the coming-of-age ceremony is so important to us. Say something useful, my lady. Don't you think it's too much of a killjoy to discuss the inheritance of the dragon clan in this situation? We may be doomed at any time. You seem to think that I'm calm, but in fact, it's all an act. I'm scared to death now. Brando heard the creaking sound of the hull, as if it would be torn apart at any time, and then looked at the little female dragon with an indifferent face. He could not help but have a headache. This little female dragon sometimes behaved pitifully, sometimes carelessly, and was really a headache. Alaz was amused by Brando's words and giggled, revealing her snow-white little fangs, as if she was even more heartless. She replied breathlessly, "Hee hee, you're really interesting, stinky human, you're scared? I've never seen a human bolder than you. You even dared to kill a demon lord, and His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire can't do anything to you. Okay, don't stare at me like that. Let me think, what do you want to know? Is there only one dragon's tomb in Wonde?" Brando guessed that this dragon's tomb must be of special significance, but why was it hidden in the moon's channel, guarding the door of the last channel? What was the meaning of this? But he could not guess the reason. No, there's more than one, Alaz shook her head and said. In fact, seriously, this doesn't seem like a simple dragon's tomb. What? I just thought this was a dragon's tomb, because I recognized the skeletons of my kind from the beginning, but something's not quite right. I can't describe the specific feeling, Alaz said with a frown. I can only say that this is not so much a dragon's tomb, but a battlefield. A battlefield of my kind. A battlefield of dragons. Brando was taken aback, and a faint understanding flashed in his heart. What did you think of? Alaz asked him with her head tilted. But at this time, Feng Qi's shout came from the stern. "Be careful!" Brando turned his head, and the Prime Minister's daughter, who had been frowning, also looked up at this time. Everyone on the deck saw that the sailboat suddenly went straight forward, and in the middle of the two huge whirlpools in front of them, the sea seemed to be distorted, and the sea and the reefs gathered together in that direction, stretching in one direction, and the sea level seemed to have formed a strange arc, a spatial fault. The little female dragon was the first to react. But the sailboat still rushed in, and everyone on the deck felt the hull shake violently, and a glimmer swept across not far above their heads. Then they heard a creaking sound, and it turned out that the three masts broke together, and were swept into the spatial turbulence behind the hull. Brando turned his head, and before he could see anything clearly, he only felt a fog on both sides of the hull, and a grey shadow shot at him from the fog. He reacted quickly, sidestepping, and with a flash of the sword in his hand, the grey shadow was split into two by the sudden appearance of the holy sword Odorfice. Accompanied by the dull sound of a heavy object hitting the deck, the grey shadow revealed its figure. It was a strange monster. It looked a bit like an octopus, but its tentacles were sturdier and full of sharp teeth. "What the hell is this?" Feng Qi came from the other side, holding a similar monster in his hand. As he spoke, he wiped his sword with some disgust. The viscous liquid slowly flowed from the shining blade, dripping onto the wooden deck, making a sizzling sound, and then a puff of white smoke. "This is a void predator, an evil creature born in the chaos. They are also the minions of dusk, but void predators can only live in the chaos, so they do not exist in the elemental frontier. Void predators have no form, they are part of the chaos. The shape we see now is just a projection." Brando inserted a rusty machete into the monster's mouth, pried open its upper jaw, and frowned at its slender tongue, which looked like a dead snake. The scimitar was quickly corroded. He let go of the scimitar and looked up. The ship was sailing in a foggy world, but it was very different from the fog that separated the two sides of the channel in the Crescent Gorge. The grey fog formed the entire world here. The fog billowed and formed the shape of a wave. Sometimes, the diameter of the wave was several kilometers. It was impossible to see the end of the wave at a glance. Void predators came and went in this fog to hunt. They had a wide range of food. In fact, they could directly devour elements and magic. Brando felt that the environment here was very similar to the scenery he saw outside the elemental frontier, from the shallow sea to the mountain of ceasing storms, but there were no mountain-like rocks floating in the void. "We have reached the last route, and as I expected, this is the Sea of Magic," Brando said worriedly. "You don't sound too happy?" Brando kicked the corpse of the void predator back into the fog. "The void predators will not invade the wound. They are the original species of the Sea of Magic, and the dragons have no reason to fight with them. Besides, they are too weak." "The dragons fight with them? What fight?" Feng Qi was puzzled. After passing through the spatial rift, the situation around them had stabilized, and there were no more violent currents or storms. Although he did not know what the fog was, he did not want to take on such a lowly task, and only waited for Lu Zilong and Magadal to bring the undead sailors back. "Isn't it good to be weak?" "This is the last part of the moon's channel." Brando suddenly stopped, and found that he did not know how to explain. The moon's channel was a relatively high-level dungeon, and in theory, it should not be this simple. Looking at the level of these void predators, according to the game's calculations, they were not even level 40, and were too low level to be monsters at the entrance. Chapter 1395. Thinking of this, Brando could only take out the content of his conversation with Alaz and explain. "That's easy," Feng Qi said. "This is the entrance to the stagnation realm, right? The dragons are fighting here, not necessarily to stop something from invading the wound, but also to protect the gate to the stagnation realm." He suddenly shut his mouth with a strange expression. "Yes, to protect the gate to the stagnation realm. Then what about the invaders? Why were there only dragon skeletons in the graveyard?" Feng Qi's expression also turned ugly. If that was the case, the invaders might have already entered the stagnation realm. Then what was the point of them, the latecomers, finding the stagnation realm? The things inside might have already been looted clean. "That's only one of the possibilities." Brando saw Feng Qi's expression and knew that he had figured it out, so he said, "But the invaders might not have left the stagnation realm." "What do you mean?" "I'm thinking, maybe the invaders haven't left the stagnation realm." "What? Alaz, what's wrong?" Brando then noticed that the little female dragon had been silent ever since they passed through the spatial fault. He looked back and saw that Alaz had a rare serious expression. That spatial fault is a one-way portal. Alaz was silent for a moment before answering. Brando nodded, but thought in his heart, isn't this obvious? But it's a little different from the previous portals. Brando's heart skipped a beat, and asked, did you notice anything? It's a sealed portal. When we passed through it, it verified my lineage. Wait, you mean, I'm a dragon, Alaz said with a trembling voice. Brando, dragons are the key to opening that portal. You're talking about Falafa? Brendel immediately understood what she meant. The little female dragon nodded heavily. She suddenly became a little nervous. She grabbed Brando's arm and said, Brando, I felt the presence of Fu Luofa just now. She must have been here. Hiss. Brendel sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling as if his arm was clamped by 2 iron clamps. He hurriedly said, relax, Alaz. Since Flora is here, we will meet her eventually. The little female dragon froze for a moment, as if she had just realized her gaffe. She hurriedly let go of Brando's arm and said, sorry Brando, I was too excited. I understand, but if we want to save Miss Flofa, it's best to stay calm at all times, Brando comforted. Alaz then nodded. Brando raised his head and looked around. His heart was a little heavy. Compared to Alaz, he thought further and further. The dragons enslaved by Flora and the Twilight Dragon from the battlefield of Rushta had arrived here. Or at least they had been here before. What were their intentions? In addition, there was the Purgatory Lord. What role did Akenta play in this? He increasingly felt that it was not a coincidence that these suspicious points appeared together in this place. What was the Stagnation Realm? Could it really be, as Alaz said, that it was just a broken old world that belonged to a past era? But why would the Twilight Dragon show so much interest in this broken world? What kind of secrets were hidden in it? Was it really for the Orb of Nature? He shook his head inwardly. The Twilight Dragon had obtained the Scepter of Nature from the Dragon Queen before. Although the Twilight Dragon appeared to be angry, it did not seem to have much desire for it. Besides, it already knew that more than half of the 7 holy swords were with him. Why would it look for the Orb of Nature? Brando carefully recalled every detail of the brief confrontation with the Twilight Dragon that day. He suddenly remembered something and muttered to himself, the secret behind the world? What is that? Why would it be interested in this? Haku seemed to have said that it was the key to the survival of Wonde. The Twilight Dragon chose to take the risk to come to this world, and even did not hesitate to use the Roman as its incarnation. It seemed to be for this so-called secret. At this time, Brando suddenly had an idea that he could not suppress. Could it be that the Stagnation Realm hides the secret behind Wonde? He vaguely felt that he had grasped the key to the problem, but he was faintly frightened. He might be involved in an important event that could change the history and future of Wonde. But what was the secret behind it? After a moment of absent-mindedness, when Brando came back to his senses, Feng Qi had already dealt with a few more void predators on the deck. The grotesque corpses were piled up on the deck. Princess Magadal, Mr. Liu and the others who had returned to the deck were ordering the undead sailors to throw them over the side of the ship. The Void Reavers didn't have any valuable spoils of war, aside from the power of chaos and pure dark magic that they couldn't use. A few minutes later, the hull of the ship suddenly shook slightly, and everyone on the deck stopped. What's going on? Brando asked. Mr. Brando, the ship seems to have hit something. Ling's flat voice came from the stern of the ship. Brendel paused for a moment, then quickly ran to the side of the ship to take a look. Only then did he realize that under a thin layer of fog, there was a shallow layer of water. The front half of the ship was stranded. There's land. Phoenix's voice came from the bow of the ship. The others also looked in all directions and soon found that the ship had rushed to the shore. Brando was still wondering how the land appeared when he heard Magadal and Phoenix's voice calling his name. Mr. Brando, teacher, come and take a look. The land here is strange. What's going on? We have never seen such a strange place. The ground here seems to be made of glass. Glass? Brando came to the bow of the ship and looked down from the mast. He was stunned. Just as Phoenix's Flame and Magadal said, the land that caused the ship to run aground was very strange. To be precise, the land did not seem to have a physical body. It was made up of crisscrossing grid lines. Each grid was about 10 meters long, and between the crisscrossing lines was pitch black. It was a bit like the game models that he had seen in the past. But this scene made him think of the world of laws that he had seen in the extreme plains when he entered the Supreme Realm. There, the lines of laws intersected with each other on the other side of the world to form the wound. The back of the world. He muttered to himself. We haven't left the last channel yet. The Prime Minister's daughter followed behind him. She seemed to have heard his muttering and whispered, "This is not the stagnation realm." You heard that? Brando suddenly turned around and looked into the purple eyes of the Prime Minister's daughter. That pair of charming eyes was completely different from the eyes of the Cruz people. It was said that she had inherited part of the Myurna people's bloodline. I have also been to the elemental boundary. Delphian replied calmly. My lord, have you forgotten? Brando took a deep breath. Get off the ship. He then firmly ordered. Be careful. There may be more monsters outside. Other than the undead sailors, everyone got off the ship. Ling and Lotus were no exception. Brando actually had the thought of abandoning the ship. The ship was stranded here and they did not have the ability to repair it. Although it was easy to return the ship to the sea, the damaged keel and the bottom of the ship were difficult to repair. It was a mistake that they did not bring a carpenter and a boatman with them. The passengers on the ship came to the surface one by one. Most of them were very surprised. This is not glass. Magadal carefully examined the ground under her feet and said with certainty, It doesn't seem to be material, but it is solid. Huanghua squatted down and used her small white hands to touch the ground inch by inch. She then raised her head and said to the others in a calm voice, Teacher, Miss Magadal, the ground is not flat. It is still bumpy, but we can't see it with our naked eyes. Then we must always pay attention to our feet. Brando replied. He walked to the bottom of the ship and touched the water with his fingertips. The clear water quickly evaporated along his fingers. This is not water, this is magic. He immediately came to a conclusion. This is the Sea of Magic. The others also understood. But Mr. Brando, why is there land in the Sea of Magic? As far as I know, the Sea of Magic itself does not have a specific shape and existence. It is the name of the chaos and dark magic outside the wound. Brando also could not answer this question. He felt more and more that this place was mysterious. He straightened up and saw Alaz moving in a direction. He quickly shouted, Alaz, what are you doing? The little female dragon turned around and waved at him anxiously. Come here, I think I saw Fu Luofa. Wait. Brando vaguely felt that something was wrong. But just as he was about to call the little female dragon back, he saw that she had already gone around a dark hill and disappeared. Damn it! What should we do, Mr. Brando? Magadal asked anxiously. Is Alaz in danger? It's okay, we can still catch up. Brando looked in the direction. It was not far from here, and he could catch up in the blink of an eye. However, Alaz's disobedience made him extremely unhappy. He could not help but complain. That damned girl, I'll teach her a lesson later. Chapter 1396. No one spoke. Obviously, anything that happened in this strange place would not make anyone happy. Not to mention the worst-case scenario. Although the others did not speak, they were more or less dissatisfied with the little female dragon. Even Brando, who brought back Alaz, could not help but have some private complaints. Brando was well aware of Feng Qi and the rest's feelings. He did not speak and only waved his hand, indicating for everyone to follow. In fact, there was a nameless anger in his heart, but as the leader of the team, he could not show it. But when everyone was ready to move, only the Prime Minister's daughter did not move. Brendel looked at her in confusion, wondering what was going on with this woman. Miss Delphine. His tone was inevitably a little unhappy. Now is not the time for you and Alaz to have a conflict. Although this matter is her fault, we have to follow up now. The Prime Minister's daughter looked at him and sighed. That's not the problem. What? Did anyone see Miss Alaz get off the ship? She asked. What do you mean? My lord, you were the first to get off the ship, followed by Huanghua and Miss Magadal. Delphian calmly said. Then it was me, Ling and Lien, and finally Mr. Lu and Mr. Feng Qi. Did anyone see Miss Alaz get off the ship? Brando was stunned, and the others were more or less surprised. Princess Magadal opened her mouth and was about to ask something. But at this time, a crisp voice came from the side of the ship. Did anyone mention me? I just chased those annoying skeletons to the bottom of the ship. Miss Alaz? Princess Magadal exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Why are you all so weird? The little female dragon poked her small face out of the ship and looked at the others with a puzzled expression. After a moment, she retracted her body and climbed down the side of the ship. Once she landed on the ground, she looked at the others strangely. What were you all talking about? It seemed like you were talking bad about me? No, Magadal hurriedly explained. It's like this. What? After listening to Magadal's explanation, the little female dragon was so angry that she raised her eyebrows. You're saying that someone dares to impersonate Miss Cheng? She appeared to be furious, but the others present seemed to be strangely quiet. If the little female dragon was here, then what did they see just now? Is it a shapeshifter? Magadal asked as she tried to find a suitable monster from her limited knowledge of the few monsters she knew. However, Brando shook his head. Shape-shifting monsters are native to Wonde. They don't exist outside of the elemental border, and there's no space for them to live. More importantly, how do they know about Miss Falofa? Ah! Alaz suddenly let out a scream, her whole body trembling. The little female dragon seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and said in a trembling voice, That must be. Brando was actually certain of this. Apart from himself and the little female dragon, there was no one else who knew about the relationship between him and Falfa. And the remaining one could only be the other party involved in this matter. Brando. The little female dragon could not help but call out softly. Brendel gave her a comforting look. We'll find Miss Flofa. She might be nearby, but we have to be vigilant. It seems like someone already knows that we're coming here, and they've made preparations. But we just passed through the Channel of the Moons. When we entered the Channel of the Moons, did we see anyone in front of us? Lotus could not help but ask. There is more than one entrance to the Channel of the Moons. The sheep-head disciples have been operating here for many years. It is impossible that they did not discover this channel. Maybe they are more familiar with this place than we are. Brando said as he glanced at Huang Hua and Feng Qi. He thought that the sheep-head disciples must have been looking for a way to enter the realm of stagnation. It was just that they had always lacked two key elements. One was the dragon race, and the other was the descendants of the 9 phoenixes. Thinking of this, Brando could not help but feel lucky. If they had not met Alaz, they might have hit the 9th route of the Channel of the Moons. It seemed that the undead did not have comprehensive information, and it seemed that the same was true for the Twilight Dragon. All in all, this sudden incident made everyone more vigilant. In fact, if it were not for Delphian's calmness, they might have caught up and fallen into a trap. Brando faintly felt that this trap might be targeted at Alaz, because the other party's strength might not be enough to attack them. But if they had chased out and separated from the little female dragon on the ship, Alaz might not have been able to withstand the other party's subsequent attack. Every time everyone thought of this, they could not help but feel shocked and scared. Even the little female dragon herself could not help but feel grateful to Delphian. I didn't expect a human woman like you to be of some use. For this kind of gratitude, Delphian naturally smiled and politely declined. Even in this place, the mystery of the emerald still did not lose its effect. When the Prime Minister's daughter once again pointed out the right path for everyone realized that they were indeed still on the Channel of the Moons, and had not yet reached the realm of stagnation. But teacher, what is this place? This question still puzzled Huang Hua. The monotonous world of straight lines seemed to extend in an endless direction, protruding abruptly in the far distance, stacking with each other, forming repeated hills and mountains. This was an absolutely silent world, but it was not the kind of silence where one could hear a pin drop, but all the sounds seemed to be absorbed by the surrounding darkness. When they traveled on this strange land, there was not a single sound of footsteps, as if they were stepping on a soft sponge. Brando could only shake his head in response to this question. He felt that this place was somewhat like the Extreme Plains. The Extreme Plains was on the sacred mountain of the laws, reflecting the real world. It could be considered the other side of the world of Wonde. Generally speaking, the Extreme Plains was actually on the elemental boundary. If one looked up from the elemental boundary, one could see the reflection of the vast and boundless world of Wonde. In fact, he had been to this place before, and had a direct confrontation with the Twilight Dragon there. He watched as Miss Tata and the others used their lives to seal the Twilight Dragon on the other side of the world crystal wall. But here, it was another Extreme Plains. What was it reflecting? Thinking of this, he looked up, but the sky was dark. There was no world of Woned, only a seemingly endless, gray, and lifeless world. He could not tell whether it was the dark clouds in the sky or something else. The unexpected danger made everyone silent, and Xianxia quickly shut her mouth. She was not a talkative person, but the strange scene in front of her made her feel a little uneasy. Among the group, only Lotus had a conversational nature. She was whispering something to Lute, who was sitting on her sister's shoulder, as if they were discussing the origin of this place. Along the way, there was no lack of attacks from void predators. Just as Brando had described, these monsters were quite common in the chaotic world outside the elemental boundary. However, they were very weak. Occasionally, there would be an elite void predator, but it was the weakest kind. Even Brando did not bother to take action. Xianxia and Feng Qi could deal with them. But this situation did not make Brando feel relaxed. The void predators had a strong sense of territory. In fact, Leviathan was also a kind of void beast. Its body cruised in the sea of magic, and there were no other void beast lords in its range. Even Leviathan itself was the only one. Although it had many children, most of them were just its projections. It was almost the same for Imoku and Ko Leiji. In a vast area, there was often a powerful void beast lord ruling over it. Brando saw that this place was not small. Even if there were no ancient creatures like Imoku and Leviathan, there should at least be a void beast lord. But now, not to mention a void beast lord, even elite void predators were so rare. This was really abnormal. This strange situation continued until they began to move inland and began to approach the hilly area. Only then did it end. The group suddenly stopped because they saw some figures appear in the hills in front of them. The leader was a young girl. She had a head of long pitch-black hair that extended from her slender neck to her waist and reached her thighs. She wore a white robe that was very rare in Woned. This kind of wide straight robe with obvious fat sleeves was only worn by some desert people in the Silver Bay area. She had a pair of dark silver eyes that were as calm as water. It was as if she was not interested in anything in this world. She just stood at the entrance of the hills and looked at Brando's group. There were 7 or 8 men and women behind her. When Alaz saw the young girl, she could not help but freeze. Her petite body trembled violently, and her face was pale. In fact, it was rare to see such an expression on a dragon, even a young female dragon. And when Brando saw her, he could not help but call out her name, Miss Flora. Chapter 1397. Flora's appearance had changed a lot since the last time Brando saw her. First of all, her silver hair was dyed black by a strange power. Secondly, her clear eyes were now much darker, which made her exude a strange charm. But the look on the girl's face was as calm as ever. Even when she saw the little female dragon, her expression did not change at all. There were 7 or 8 companions behind her. If Brando guessed correctly, those should be the dragons controlled by the Twilight Dragon. The other party obviously came with ill intentions. When these dragons were combined, they were a powerful force. Although he had mastered the power of the sage, it was not easy to deal with several dragons. What's more, Brando understood that this was the place in Woned closest to the Sea of Chaos and Magic. It was the base camp of the Twilight Dragon. The other party must have more than that. Sure enough, after a while, everyone saw a shadow appear behind Flora and the others. The first thing Brando noticed was a giant beast. The monster's upper body was like a giant, with 2 heads and 4 arms. Its face was covered with snow-white bone plates. The bright red muscles on its arms were exposed above the bone aponeurosis. The end of each arm was forked, forming a black tentacle. The lower half of the monster's body was a lump of disgusting rotten flesh. Below its lower abdomen hung a deformed head or something as disgusting as intestines. Its ribs and pelvis were exposed, gleaming with a cold light like the edge of a blade. The monster used the tentacles extended from the rotten meat to move. It was 20 or 30 feet tall. Brando recognized this terrible evil thing. It was a kind of predator, the devourer of divinity, one of the most famous lords of ether. Its power was enough to reach the peak of the supreme realm. Because it had a trace of divinity, it could even use part of the power of the sage. But the appearance of this thing at least made Brando relieved. Presumably, this was the strongest power that the sheephead believers had here. It was also the ruler of all the predators of ether. Fortunately, there was no demigod opponent here. It should be noted that the top predators in the void, such as the Eternal Trauma and the Butcher of Truth, were not inferior to the real gods. However, most of those terrifying names existed in the ancient times, and they had long been annihilated in the earliest wars. A devourer of divinity was already considered one of the top combat forces in this era. He knew this monster from the end of the game in his previous life, in the version where Ekis perished. An adult devourer of divinity was the boss of a large dungeon at that time. He still remembered that the last boss of that dungeon was Ekis' sixth daughter, Tadessa. Even so, the combination of 8 to 9 dragons and a devourer of divinity still made one feel heavy and oppressed, not to mention the ordinary void predators and elite void predators that surged forth like a tide under the command of the Ether Lord. These monsters of the chaos had been hiding in the hills, and now they finally revealed their ferocious faces. They used illusions to hide their figures. Xianxia whispered, "Teacher, be careful, there may be an ambush nearby." Brando shook his head. Illusions were not omnipotent. Since the other party dared to expose themselves, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of his side. They should not be stupid enough to use this trick again and again. But even so, he still used his darkness perception to scan his surroundings. What surprised him was that his darkness perception seemed to be exceptionally powerful in this place. Perhaps the darkness magic that pervaded this plane enhanced his senses. He really didn't sense the presence of any ambushers in other directions. "Brendel, please give me the hibiscus spell," the little female dragon said with some urgency. "No." Brando's opinion was the opposite of hers. He frowned as he stared at the army of monsters coming in their direction and ordered sternly, "Leave Flora and the other dragons to me. You deal with the devourer of divinity. Alas, Huanghua, Feng Qi, Mr. Liu, you protect the others, especially Miss Delphian. Without her, we will not be able to leave this place." Huanghua and the others nodded seriously. Only Feng Qi seemed a little slack, but Brando knew that his nonchalance was just an act. This young man from the Phantom Chariot was arrogant but smart. He had always gone all out in battle. If you thought that he would be careless and underestimate the enemy, you would probably be fooled. Ling and Lian automatically stood in the middle of the crowd. The half-elf sisters knew that they could only be regarded as a burden in this team. However, they had always been more mature and well-behaved than ordinary little girls. They didn't do anything out of the ordinary out of fear. Magadal stood with the two little ladies, wanting to comfort them. But in fact, she was much more nervous than Ling and Lotus. She even took out the Book of Gaia. For the time being, she wasn't very proficient in using this book. She wasn't clear about her strength and potential. In fact, she still didn't understand why the war goddesses wanted her to come to this place. But she had always been gentle and resigned. Besides, Brando had saved her life, and she did not object out of gratitude. In Magadal's opinion, the war goddesses who taught her a lot of new knowledge were also very respectful of Brando, and even considered themselves as his subordinates. Their opinion should at least represent part of Brando's will. Although on this point, the nun princess had completely misunderstood. In fact, Brando did not know why Andrea and the others would make such a suggestion. After hearing Brando's suggestion, Alaz pouted slightly. But this little female dragon also understood that she was not suitable to face Flora, or else it would only be a repeat of the tragedy in the Tochic swamp. She did not care what Flora did to her, and was even willing to die in the hands of her partner. But she also understood that her decision was related to the survival of the whole team, and Brando alone could not fight against all of them. "Are you okay, stinky human?" Alaz asked with some concern. "There are so many of them. It is already very difficult for me to deal with 2 of them." Brando nodded. Whether he could hold on or not, it would depend on the strength of the Sage domain. Based on his experience in the game in his previous life, even in the first stage of the perfect body stage, players would not be able to fight against a few adult dragons. But the player's perfect body stage was not complete, and his Sage domain was the real Sage domain. It was an experience that none of the players in his previous life had experienced. Although he had never experienced this stage, he could faintly feel that in some ways, the power he had now was not inferior to his heyday in his previous life. Of course, the specifics still needed to be verified by actual combat. As a warrior, he believed in the theory of actual combat. Without experiencing the real test of life and death, all experience and theory were just for show. Not to mention he still had a trump card. After several battles, Huanghua was no longer the same as before. In fact, Brando found that the little princess of the Jade Phoenix bloodline's amazing combat intuition came from her keen sense of danger. This sense of smell was outstanding when she put down the sword in her hand. After the battle with the sheep-head disciples in the Tochik swamp, he deliberately guided the little princess to not use a sword to fight. The effect was obvious, and it could be said that she improved a lot. She often fought with Allahs, and at first she was completely suppressed, but it did not take long for her to come back. Even the little female dragon said that Huang Hua was a rare genius. He also gave the little girl a pair of boxing gloves, which was given to him by the Termosian of the IC clan. It was one of the few treasured weapons in the Termosian's collection. This thing was not of much use to him, because he was not good at hand-to-hand combat, but this boxing glove was very strange. It was a typical weapon in the style of the Nine Phoenix, called the Nine Phoenix gloves. It was a pair of satin boxing gloves, with deerskin and jade finger brass knuckles at the joints of the gloves. After enchantment, it was especially hard. This glove was a weapon that had reached the highest quality of legendary equipment. Of course, this was nothing in the collection of the Termosai people. What was interesting was that there were 7 jade pendants on this glove. Every time a jade pendant was activated, it would gain a kind of power. Although this power could only be activated once a day, it was very powerful. This made this glove, which was not considered the best overall, have the potential to be called a subdivine weapon. Huang Hua loved this boxing glove. Of course, on the one hand, this represented the recognition of her teacher, but more of the power of the 7 jade pendants. According to Huang Hua, the power of the 7 jade pendants was not groundless. The concept they represented was a continuation of the philosophy of the Nine Phoenix, which was close to the power of the Tao. It was especially compatible with the idea of the Nine Phoenix's unity of heaven and man. Of course, more importantly, under the buff of this boxing glove, Huang Hua's strength could barely reach the level of Allah's. This was something that the sheep-head disciple and Akenta did not know, and Fu Luofa should not be very clear about this. On the other hand, Feng Qi and Mr. Lu were not weak either. In fact, after taking back the sacred jade sword, Feng Qi was even stronger. In addition, they still had a hidden combat power, and that was Princess Magadal. Although Brando did not know how much power the nun princess had mastered, according to Andrea's description, as long as she could exert 30% of the power of the Book of Gaia, Feng Qi and Huang Hua together should not be her opponent. With these trump cards, Brando could fight with peace of mind, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. He knew that the next battle had nothing to do with him. He only needed to pay attention to Fu Luofa and the dragons behind her. Chapter 1398. From the edge of the hills to where they were, there was a distance of more than 10 miles. But for existences of this level, this battlefield could only be considered long and narrow. It took less than a minute for the ether predators to reach them. In the face of these strange-looking creatures, Feng Qi snorted coldly and took the lead in fighting. The stability and accuracy of the phantom chariot swordsmanship was vividly reflected in the jade dragon's sacred sword in his hand. The moment he charged into the battle formation, more than a dozen ether predators exploded into a cloud of blood. However, Feng Qi did not feel any better. He soon realized that these monsters were not only numerous, but their individual strength was also not to be underestimated. They were by no means comparable to the miscellaneous soldiers he had seen outside. Moreover, the elusive elites hidden among the cannon fodder were even more of a potential threat. He had only made his first move, and he had almost fallen into the enemy's trap. A monster covered in bone plates, which looked like a smaller version of the Devourer of Divinity, hid in a large group of octopus monsters, and launched a sneak attack on him. Feng Qi did not recognize it as the famous Devourer of Divinity among the elite predators. But if he had not reacted quickly enough, the monster's claws would have almost swept across his neck. This extremely dangerous encounter made him break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he completely calmed down. He subconsciously moved in the direction of Huang Hua and Mr. Lu, not daring to rashly advance. Huang Hua and Mr. Lu also found it difficult to deal with. The little princess of the Jade Phoenix lineage had put on the boxing gloves that Brando had given her at the beginning, and had activated the return of wind and the guard of 1 or 2 jade rings. As she moved, all the ether predators that attacked her were swept aside by a stream of air. Huang Hua even seized the opportunity to capture the neck of a devourer of shadow that had pounced on Mr. Lu. Golden red flames spread out from her fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, the monster was reduced to ashes amidst its screams. While these low-level predators of the realm of ether were pouring in like a tide, the huge devourer of divinity had finally arrived. Although its face, which was made of snow-white bone plates, did not have any facial features, it could still raise its head and let out a shrill shriek that made everyone's teeth ache. Everyone watched as the monster smashed a path through the tide of void reavers. With a swing of its 4 long arms, the monsters in front of it were flung into the air. Some were even sliced in half by its sharp claws. Corrosive blood splattered all over the sky. This terrifying ether lord showed no mercy to its own subjects. Its ferocious nature caused everyone to tremble in fear. Moreover, those powerful elites were so weak that they could not even withstand a single blow from the monster's claws. One could only imagine how powerful it was. Allahs knew that this thing could not be allowed to get close to Delphian and the others, or else Phoenix Hua and the others would not be able to hold the line. As soon as it appeared, the little female dragon let out a low roar from her throat and suddenly transformed into her original form. She spread her golden dragon wings that covered the sky and swung her claws at the devourer of divinity. The sudden appearance of a dragon on the battlefield caused chaos among the void beasts. The Lord of Ether's divinity, devourer of divinity, seemed to have sensed that its authority was being challenged. It roared again and went straight for Allahs. It swung one of its arms at Allahs. The dragon's claws and the tentacle-like claws collided in mid-air, making a dull sound like leather being struck. The golden dragon that Allahs transformed into roared and left a long bloody mark on the tentacle with her claws. She then turned around and swung her dragon tail, hitting the monster's chest and abdomen heavily, sending it flying and crushing a large group of void predators. The little female dragon gained the upper hand as soon as she made her move, and everyone's spirits were lifted. But Brendel already knew that this devourer of divinity would not be a match for an adult gold dragon, but Allahs would not be able to win completely in a short time. The ether predators were extremely tenacious. In fact, they were similar to their counterparts born in the chaos, the demons. Most of the methods to deal with them were exile or expulsion. To kill them completely, it would take a lot more effort. Not to mention that outside the elemental frontier, in this place that was called their home ground, the ether beasts could obtain an endless supply of power. Even if they were killed in a short period of time, they could be resurrected after a period of hibernation. However, this was not something that Brando had to consider. If no one interfered, Allah's final victory was certain. As for whether this devourer of divinity would be resurrected or not, it would be at least a few centuries later. Perhaps in that era, the Twilight Dragon had long since ceased to exist, or perhaps Vaunt had become a part of history that had been covered in dust forever. But he knew that Florfa and the dragons behind her would not just stand by and watch their subordinates fail. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the hills from afar. Sure enough, the situation there had changed. To be exact, Florfa and her several companions moved together. The dragons split into 2 groups. One group, led by Florfa, rushed straight towards Brando. On the other hand, the 3 giant dragons were the main route, and they were detouring towards Allahs on the side. Although the distance between the two was tens of thousands of meters, for a dragon of the level of existence, it was just a matter of flapping their wings. Brando saw that 4 or 5 dragons had transformed into their original forms and knew that the other party was going to attack with all their might. But how could he let the other party's wishful thinking work? Brando looked in that direction. The holy sword Odorfice was still in his hand, but he did not do anything. Suddenly, the entire battlefield quieted down. To be exact, the 9 dragons that were scattered in different directions suddenly found that they were all dragged into a completely different time and space. This was a strange time and space. It was dark and quiet, as if it was the center of the universe. As they looked up, the deep space was filled with the light of stars. That was the light of billions of stars and light, countless galaxies and nebulae intertwined together, exuding an eternal brilliance. This light was like poetry and clouds. It passed through every corner of this world, recording the history between millions of stars. This was the dimension of time and space. It was both vast and subtle. It was not unchanging. It could bend at every node, thus forming a perfect enclosed body. It would imprison and banish all creatures trapped in it for eternity. Of course, the dragons understood that this was the power of the Supreme Realm. To be exact, this was a perfect land of the Supreme Realm. In fact, most of them were the best at using the power of the Supreme Realm. Very few dragons had not touched the level of the Supreme Realm. Generally speaking, dragons could reach this level as long as they reached adulthood. Among them, there were a few, such as geniuses like Flora, who could touch a part of the power of the sage realm. Or, if they went one step further like a legendary champion like Owen Los, they could even embark on the real path, the path of demigod. But at this moment, there was a flash of fear in Flora's eyes. Because of her, they suddenly realized that they had been fooled. That cunning demon did not reveal the whole truth to them. They suddenly realized that they were facing the real power. The dragons called the power above the sage realm the real power in this world, because it came from the divine fire, and also from the world itself. Such power was something that even they did not understand. In other words, what they had to face was a true sage. That was the young human in front of them. He was so unbelievably young. Even according to human values, he was just a young man who had just passed his teenage years. Flora and the other dragons seemed to have heard Akentu's treacherous laughter. She frowned. It seemed that it was too late to regret now. And contrary to the complicated thoughts of these dragons, Brando felt an extreme surprise at this moment. It was not because the power of the sage realm did not reach his level, but because it was too much. The absolute control over the two elements of space and time made him feel as if he was the only god at the birth of the universe. It was as if he could destroy the universe with a flip of his hand, and the 9 WYRMS trapped in this space were just a bunch of insects. Of course, he knew that this was just an illusion. It was a sense of self-inflation that ordinary people felt when they mastered power beyond their imagination. The power of the sage realm was strong, but it was not strong enough to ignore 7 supreme-class champions and Flora, who was half a step into the sage realm. The dragons reacted quickly. As the golden race, they were all outstanding warriors who had a deep understanding of power. They could even be said to be tacticians. Without a moment of hesitation, they all rushed towards the center of the universe, which was Brando. The only master of an extreme plane was the person who controlled it, and defeating its master was the only way to destroy it. Furthermore, fully unleashing a Lemeter's full power consumed an enormous amount of energy, which was why a partial extreme plane had become an important symbol for peak Lemeters. The center of the Lemeter domain was the strongest part of the planes, but it was also the weakest part. After all, if you couldn't defeat its master in one strike, then it would be an unimaginably powerful existence. No matter how you struggled, you would only die. So many supreme-class champions liked to fight like this in a battle where there was a great disparity in power. For example, Williams did the same when he fought against Brando. But if you couldn't stop the enemy from crushing your kingdom in a single stroke, then all your power would be a laughable bubble, because you had already shown your strongest side but still failed shamefully. At such a time, all your power of laws would instead amplify your weakness and become your Achilles' heel. Chapter 1399. Obviously, this negative example was still vividly displayed by the unlucky Williams. Of course, it was just that Brando used a more opportunistic method at that time. This was a win-or-die move. Brando knew very well that it was impossible for him to block the combined attack of 8 Lemeters and 1 Fu Luofa. However, he had no choice but to use this method. He had to keep these dragons in his realm and kingdom. Otherwise Alaz and the others would not be able to hold on. As the captain of this temporary team, he had to shoulder this responsibility. She and her dragons could only hope that this attack would work. However, she did not see any fear or hesitation on the young man's face. He seemed to be very confident, which made them look weak and powerless. Could it be that this ridiculously young human could actually withstand their combined attack? The combined attack of 8 Lemeters and 1/2 Saint? Fu Luofa wasn't confident either, but at that moment, no one could retreat. It was the same for her and the other 8 dragons. As a race that lived for battle, the dragons would never hesitate under any circumstances, including the threat of death. But at this moment, she saw the young human make a move. He laid down 7 spatial faults along their path. She had long known that this was an extreme plane that was related to the elements of time and space, but she did not expect the young man to have such control. This was the true power of the sage. The last bit of hope in her heart disappeared at this moment. The 8 dragons collided with the spatial faults one after another. Every time they collided with a fault, the young man's face turned paler. After all, this kind of collision of power was targeted at the user of the power. There was absolutely no way anyone could take advantage of it. But even so, the dragons fell behind one by one, and Brando soon came face to face with her. This was what Brando wanted to achieve in advance: to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. However, she couldn't complain about the current situation. This young man had taken on one of her companion's attacks. Although the joint attack was separated, the residual force was still stacked together. She had to give it her all in this last punch. Otherwise, what awaited them would definitely not be the result she wanted. At the last moment, the cunning face of the demon appeared in front of her eyes. She gritted her teeth. If they were lucky enough to escape, then she would definitely teach that purgatory lord a lesson. But the question was, could they really escape? Fu Luofa suddenly thought that Akentu, the lord of the purgatory, wasn't known for his bravery and recklessness. Instead, he was known for his schemes and cunning. Perhaps it had planned all of this from the beginning, and would not leave them with this opportunity. In this state of anxiety and uneasiness, she finally came face to face with Brendel. At this moment, she threw away all thoughts in her mind and attacked the youth like a real dragon. It was a strike filled with anger. When Brando saw Fu Luofa attacking him, he sighed inwardly. For some reason, he recalled the time in Valhalla when this dragon girl had angrily slapped him in the face. That was probably something she would do when her emotions were greatly affected. Because in her usual expression, it was very difficult to find anger, uneasiness, or joy. How could one imagine such a quiet and virtuous lady erupting with such anger? It was all that damn Allah's fault. He was just a scapegoat in this whole incident. Fortunately, no one in the territory knew about this. He carefully kept this small rumor that might ruin the reputation of the Count of Abes. Then he thought of his first encounter with Allah's and Fu Luofa. At that time, he was still an insignificant character. Even in the letter sent from Fortress Reden to the royal capital, he was only a marginal character in the war. Although he saved many people in Buchi and Fortress Reden, in the War of the Black Rose, that was only the tip of the iceberg. At that time, he had to put in a lot of effort to even face Ebden of that era. A gargoyle could almost take his life, let alone a dragon. That was a level of power that he and Freya could only look up to at that time. But now, he could face this kind of power head-on. Brando felt as if there was an endless amount of power in his body. The power of the 8 dragons that he split apart was transferred to his body one by one. It did not affect him much at all. He gently raised his hand and pressed on Fu Luofa's shoulder. Under the shocked gaze of this dragon girl, he pushed her back. Fu Luofa was like a meteor. No matter where she came from, she flew back at a speed that was several times faster than before. With a boom, she crashed into a planet in the distance. The uneven asteroid was smashed into pieces, and the body of the cracked planet dissipated in the void, turning into dust and drifting in the pitch-black space. The combined attack of the 8 dragons was neutralized by Brando just like that. On the battlefield, the battle had just reached its climax. Allah's and the Devourer of Divinity were locked in a fierce battle. The golden dragon and the disgusting monster were like 2 bulldozers plowing through the battlefield. Of course, most of the victims were the ordinary ether predators. In fact, the little female dragon deliberately lured the Ether Lord towards the direction where the monsters were most concentrated. The latter did not realize that it was becoming one of the biggest enemies of its subjects. But even so, Allah's was still injured in many places. Of course, the Devourer of Divinity's injuries were deeper and more serious. But in comparison, the Ether Lord's vitality was obviously much stronger than the dragon's. So the little female dragon could not do anything to this disgusting monster. But the situation on the battlefield was really not in Brando's favor. Because the number of enemies was just too great. Even with Allah's help, it was still not enough from the height of the battlefield. Feng Qi and Mr. Lu's stamina began to weaken. Huang Hua was also panting. Even the little fairy Lute joined the battle. But it was still useless. The battlefield began to slowly move towards the stranded ship. The little female dragon could not help but feel a little anxious. She understood that even the balance in front of her was in fact temporary. Brando alone could not stop Fu Luofa and the rest. She knew that Brando had entered the Sage Domain. But how long could the Sage Domain last in front of 9 dragons? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? What about after that? Once Fu Luofa and the rest escaped, the situation on the battlefield would be completely reversed. They had to secure victory before that happened. Thinking of this, Allah's could not help but burst out with a furious scream. A hidden force erupted from nowhere and slapped the Devourer of Divinity to the ground. Then she flapped her wings and flew up, wanting to cast a powerful string magic to clear the battlefield in one fell swoop. The magic of the dragon race was famous. String magic was not as changeable as the elemental magic of the elementalists, nor was it as close to the truth of the world as the Buga mage's spells. But its power was pure destruction. The flame strike of the golden dragon could easily destroy a city. But the devourer of divinity was not a pure idiot. When Alaz flapped her wings and wanted to fly into the sky, a tentacle flew out from the group of monsters and wrapped around her ankle. Then she was thrown down hard, like a comet crashing into the ground. Alaz screamed and could not help but feel dizzy for a moment. On the other side of the battlefield, Huang Hua and the rest witnessed the scene of the little female dragon being injured with their own eyes. Their faces could not help but darken. Lotus was particularly anxious. The half-elf girl could not help but anxiously said to the Prime Minister's daughter, "Miss Delphian, you have the best idea here. Please think of something quickly." Delphian reached out and patted her head. "This is a matter for the warriors. We can only trust them. But let me try." At this moment, a slightly unconfident voice rang out. The Prime Minister's daughter turned around and saw Princess Magadal looking at her with an uneasy expression. "Is there a problem?" Delphian knew very well that the Prime Minister's daughter was not familiar with the Book of Gaia in her hands. Although she had used that power many times in the Land of Everlasting Death and mostly succeeded, it was the first time she used it on the battlefield. First of all, she had to deal with the problem of not hurting her own people. Secondly, interference on the battlefield was also a problem. Furthermore, her power was not stable. The power she used from the Book of Gaia seemed to be full of randomness. "I know that Mr. Brando has always suspected that the demon is behind this," Magadal said softly, "but it has not appeared yet. I am afraid that it is waiting for us to deal a fatal blow when we are too busy to fend for ourselves." "You have a point." Delphian nodded. She looked at the chaotic battlefield and saw that the frail princess did not seem to be too nervous. "Do you want to open your book now?" "Yes." Magadal took a deep breath. She silently took a step forward and held her hands in the air. The title page of the Book of Gaia emitted a fluorescent light. On the black metal cover, there was an image of mountains and earth carved with complicated patterns. When the light from the title page shone on it, the mountains became three-dimensional. Then the title page of the book opened automatically. The nun princess's face changed into a solemn expression. Revelation, page 37, chapter 4, section 7. Chapter 1400. The Book of Gaia flew to Magadal's chest, and the pages flipped. She slowly raised her head, and her eyes reflected the entire battlefield. Two halos rose from her left and right, as if an invisible force was lifting her long hair. A mechanical voice rang across the battlefield. "Please select your target." 4 light blue virtual screens appeared in front of the nun princess at the same time, invisible to others. The first screen filtered out all the dust and smoke on the battlefield, as well as the sounds of killing and blood. The second screen would highlight all the moving units, distinguish between friend and foe, and calculate their movement trajectories. The third screen listed the terrain of the entire battlefield from left to right, distance and elevation. When the last screen was superimposed on the last screen, the logo of Gaia appeared on the screen. After rotating 180 degrees counterclockwise, the black and white dragon emblems representing Martha and the Twilight Dragon separated, and a huge gray shadow shrouded Magadal's eyes. Although this was not the first time she had used the Book of Gaia, every time she used its power, Magadal could not help but be amazed. "Please select your target, Titan GX 013. The mechanical voice repeated again. "I am Magadal." The nun princess stubbornly repeated. "As you wish, your highness Magadal." The mechanical voice repeated. Magadal's gaze froze in the middle of the battlefield. She briskly reported 3 readings. This seemingly simple task was the result of Andrea and the others' efforts over the past month. Just to let Princess Magadal identify the coordinates, the goddesses of war had to correct her misconceptions of the world. Of course, at this moment, Magadal still stubbornly believed that it was the path of the Golden Flames and the other 3 sages who started this era. After the War of the Holy Saints, the stars in the sky were rewritten, and the gods no longer cared about this world. The mortals carefully followed the path of their ancestors, and even if some of them fell, most of them still held on to the right beliefs. But as if she had inherited some memories from her bloodline, she finally accepted everything she had seen and heard after the Battle of Fenhotos, including the strange remarks that Andrea had told her. "This is what you call the law," Andrea once said to her when she talked about her past and the power that corresponded to the Book of Gaia. "It does represent part of the truth of this world, but it is more of a man-made law." At that time, Magadal had a look of confusion. She opened her mouth slightly, as if she had heard something unreasonable. "But that is the law set by the gods. Wonde was born under the law set by Lord Martha. No matter who made the rules, it is only one of the rules. It may not be true, or the people of the gods wouldn't have such a huge disagreement." When Andrea said those words, she hesitated. "We gain power from it, and in turn we maintain our order, but the cost of maintaining it is too high, and we cannot bear with it. In the end, we could not bear it. So we cannot bear it, we have to restart. What is a mortal?" When she mentioned this word, Magadal noticed the obvious sarcasm in the girl's voice. "Haha, a mortal is hope. Some people are tired of this game, but more people are not willing to change. You will not understand the contradiction between us. The gods are not noble, but of course, we have no choice." Andrea let out a long sigh. "Compared to the past, I prefer the present. Although countless people have sacrificed themselves, including myself and the commander, every one of us could be sacrificed at any moment. At least there is still hope. Without those endless excuses and wrangling, the lives and values of the warriors will be reflected on the battlefield." Normally, Magadal would not understand Andrea's self-mocking words. But she could at least hear one thing. Whether it was Andrea, the undead queen of Madara, or Mr. Brando, or even the people she hated, such as the Empress of Cruz, everyone was fighting for that unknown glimmer of hope. But according to Andrea's words, it was just a struggle. Magadal could not understand whether the goal was despicable, noble, or worthless. But she only needed to understand that at this moment, everyone's fate was linked to the survival of this world. Even she could not stay out of it. And this was the reason why she decided to listen to Andrea's orders and join the adventurer team. During that time, the only thing that Magadal was puzzled about was that whenever Andrea mentioned Brando, she would always be filled with a different kind of emotion towards this commander. She understood that it was not pure love between a man and a woman, but a kind of hope for the future that was rarely seen in the goddess of war. What kind of secret does Mr. Brando have? Magadal would occasionally think about it, but she never got the answer to this question. In her opinion, this young knight who claimed to be from the Karsuk Highlands was a standard Erewhon noble, but sometimes he was a little rebellious. But what really impressed her was the noble spirit that he had inherited from the ancient times. Sometimes she could not help but compare Brando to the noble who died in the Battle of Ampere Seal. Although she did not want to admit it, even before that noble showed his ferocious face to her, he could not compare to this count. Target confirmed. In the end, Magadal silently abandoned all unnecessary emotions and said these few words. When she said these words, she felt an inexplicable feeling fade away from her, like a huge sense of loss. She had never felt so unfamiliar with herself before. She could not help but wonder, am I the Princess of Antiburo, the devout believer who follows the rules and never dares to challenge tradition and authority, or am I the more real self in front of me, a titan from an ancient civilization? The powerful energy from the heart of the dragon surged under the princess's chest, and the sound of her steady pulse seemed to be silently answering this question. Griffin! Magadal could not help but mutter to herself, where should I go from here? Why has the world become like this? But the mechanical voice did not care about her complicated emotions. It simply replied, the attack range has been confirmed. Then it repeated with an even more rigid voice, transferring authority to the original core network, attacking and charging. Countdown, 4, 3, 2, 1. This additional command pulled the nun princess out of her complicated thoughts. When she was practicing with Andrea and the others, she had never encountered such a situation. Wait, why is there a transfer of authority? Magadal asked anxiously. She was not familiar with the Book of Gaia and her own powers, and this sudden change of events made her panic. But the worst-case scenario did not happen, and the mechanical voice did not answer her question. In the dark sky, the cloud-like thing that Brando saw earlier suddenly split in the middle, and then 3 spots of light lit up from the south to the north. Although from the ground, the 3 spots of light that looked like stars were very close to each other. But in fact, the distance between them was enough to cover a range of tens or even hundreds of miles. Then, a faint ray of light fell from the sky. This strange scene was so eye-catching in the dark battlefield that it even attracted the attention of Huang Hua and Feng Qi. As for a place further away from the battlefield, there was also an even deeper gaze looking at this place. When the ray of light fell to the ground, suddenly, there was a dull sound from the ground, and under Magadal's calm gaze that had abandoned all emotions, the battlefield was split into 3 sections. That wasn't an exaggeration. Instead, the plains in front of the hills had completely broken apart. Amidst a series of creaking noises, 3 huge subsidence zones were formed one after another. Then she uttered the name of this spell word by word, the highest verdict. Alaz was fighting with the devourer of divinity. When she tore off the monster's snow-white face with her claw, and exposed the bloody flesh behind, the monster let out a terrifying scream and tried to retaliate with its 4 arms. But under the little female dragon's shocked gaze, its claws suddenly sank and missed one of her claws. Because the 2 of them were suddenly separated by a sudden force. It was a clear boundary between realms, leaving the little female dragon and the horrifying monster on the left and right respectively. The former was fortunate enough to survive, while the latter lost all its footing. Its massive body began to tilt backward, and fell into a cloud of dust. The non-physical ground slowly sank in the sharp noise, like a capsized ark. The grid that formed the ground suddenly became sharp and twisted on the plains, and slowly bent downwards. And with it, thousands of void monsters sank. Chapter 1401. Everyone, including Huang Hua, Feng Qi, Mr. Liu, and the 2 half-elf sisters, were strangely isolated on the other side of the sinking. In front of them was a scene of disaster. The entire plain had completely disappeared. The nun princess' long hair fluttered as her entire body left the ground and floated in the air. She was watching everything with an inhuman coldness as thousands of lives vanished. The power of the spell was not just tearing the earth apart, but affecting everything in the region. Thousands of void monsters fell to the ground in an instant, with thousands of times the gravity exerted on their bodies, most of them exploding into a pile of flesh and blood in an instant. The devourer of divinity screamed as it fell. At the last moment, it tried to curl up its tentacles to entangle the little female dragon's hind claws, but Alaz, who had been tricked once, would not let it do as it wished. With a gentle step back, the tentacles swept over the edge of the cliff like a steel whip, and with a sharp whistling sound, the tentacles returned without any success. The figure of the devourer of divinity fell into the abyss until it disappeared. Everything about it was swallowed up by the darkness. Apart from a mournful scream, everything else was gone from this moment on. Most of the people present had seen Andrea training Magadal to use the power of the Book of Gaia in the land of eternal death. But none of them were as shocking as this. In fact, even the nun princess was shocked. She could clearly feel that the power of the Book of Gaia, or rather her own power, had been strengthened. She felt that this place, not just the plain, had a faint feeling of tolerance for her power. It was not the faint rejection she felt when she used the Book of Gaia in Wound. How could this be? Magadal was stunned. But at this moment, the dull mechanical voice suddenly rang out without warning. Attack detected, power level. All the light screens floating in front of her turned into a blinding red, and all kinds of notifications were giving her ear-piercing alarms. She saw 2 halos on her left and right suddenly stand up and surround her. She clearly saw the eye-catching prompt closest to her, which indicated the power level of OZ. But behind it was a long string of zeros that she could not even count. The voice warned her sharply. Do you want to activate the defense mechanism? What defense mechanism? Magadal had never heard of such a thing from Andrea before. She subconsciously thought that it was one of the abilities of the Book of Gaia, but she did not have time to think too much about it as an unprecedented sense of danger suddenly enveloped her. That feeling was like being stared at by the Grim Reaper. That cold gaze was without any pity. His heart seemed to freeze in that instant. His eardrums buzzed, his blood flowed in reverse, and his limbs turned cold. She did not know where her intuition came from, but she sensed that a terrifying force was sweeping towards her. Below the battlefield, Alaz, Huang Hua, and the others were unaware of it. She quickly screamed, "Agreed!" A white light descended from the sky. It was a diamond-shaped metallic object. If Brando were to see it again, he would definitely be surprised to recognize that it was similar to the array of constructs he had seen outside of the elemental boundary. But at this time, the strange diamond-shaped metallic object flew around Magadal and suddenly formed a semi-circular light shield with it as the center. An invisible force pierced through the air and hit the light shield heavily. But the light shield only rippled for a moment before quickly stabilizing. What is this? Magadal looked at the diamond-shaped object that suddenly appeared beside her and asked in surprise. She could tell at a glance that this was definitely not something summoned by the Book of Gaia. She did not feel the slightest bit of power from the Book of Gaia before this. Creator's Core Number 7, from the third area of the Old Capital, has taken over authority. The dull and mechanical voice replied. Miss Magadal, what's going on up there? At this time, the people below finally noticed the situation above, and the little female dragon was the first to ask. But Magadal did not answer her question because she was stunned. Ah, damn it! Akenta could not help but cuss fiercely. Its voice echoed in the void repeatedly like rolling thunder. But this voice could not be heard outside, so no one knew the anger in the Lord of Purgatory's heart at this moment. But it was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, I was cautious enough, and I still have those dragon fools to make use of. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss this time. Its gaze could penetrate the barrier between the planes and landed on the shattered battlefield. It saw the terrifying power that Magadal displayed with its own eyes, and even its own body felt a chill run down its spine. A titan. Akenta muttered to itself. There is actually a surviving titan. Those cunning fellows did not give up at all. It looked in that direction with lingering fear, and its blood-red eyes revealed a look of pity. It was a pity that it had been sealed here for nearly 10,000 years, and now it could not actively exert too much influence on the outside world. Otherwise, it would not have wasted this second clone. What a pity, but it was all worth it. It said. Magadal obviously did not expect that in that moment of confrontation, she had inadvertently killed a clone of the Lord of Purgatory. Of course, that was not her credit. In fact, Akenta had obviously noticed this point. It obviously had realized that although the other party looked like the legendary lost 13th Titan, and was also the most perfect creation of the Titan project, it seemed that for some unknown reason, the other party was not fully awakened. This discovery made it overjoyed. Of course, it knew what the metal object around Magadal was. It was the Creator's Core, one of the strongest weapons created by Gaia. They were originally a part of the nuclear system, but they were given to Mother Earth Gaia by Marcia. After that, these things were forged into powerful weapons and allocated to the 12 strongest children of Gaia. The Creator's Core of the 13th Titan was not forged in the Silver Plains, and it was only a half-finished product. At least 10% of the reason they stayed here was to create that thing. But that woman hid it so well that it still had no clue. As for the thing around Magadal, Akenta recognized that it should be a relic of a Titan. But even so, it was not something that it dared to provoke. Fortunately, the other party did not seem to know how to use it. She only knew how to use a quarter of the Pale Poem's replica, and that was not worth mentioning in Akenta's eyes. That was enough. It did not want to risk being chased by a ridiculously powerful young man and a Titan to carry out the next step of the plan. Even at this time, the arrogant and easily manipulated dragons were holding back the young man. But since that was the case, then its next move was much more promising. Akenta's eyes greedily swept across the two people in Brando's group. In contrast, the void predators that were annihilated on the battlefield, including the Devourer of Divinity, seemed to have never been in its eyes. Those were just cannon fodder. At least, that was what Akenta thought. Anyway, demons and void lords had never peed in the same pot. At least until now, everything is still going according to plan. The Lord of Purgatory's eyes shone brightly as he let out a sigh of relief. Next, it's time for my most loyal and capable servants to make their appearance. The fog on the battlefield began to spread. At this time, Magadal had already descended from the sky and explained what happened to the others. But no one, including Alaz, recognized what the diamond-shaped object floating beside the nun princess was. But the little female dragon was after all a dragon, and she already knew the true identity of the nun princess, so she could more or less guess that it was one of the special equipment of the Titans, just like the Book of Gaia in her hands. Compared to this, the one who attacked you just now is more suspicious. The little female dragon frowned and asked. I suspect that it's that damned goat. What about you, Magadal? Do you feel anything? Princess Magadal shook her head. In fact, blocking the attack had nothing to do with her. It was all the credit of this diamond-shaped object. She had also tested this object before she landed, and it did not listen to her commands at all, and only floated beside her, although she had a faint feeling that this object would take the initiative to protect her. The two of them could not discuss anything, and Huang Hua, who was the closest to them, came out of the fog first. "Madame Magadal, Miss Alaz, this fog is strange." Huang Hua saw the two of them and took the initiative to speak with a slightly serious tone. "What's strange, cough cough?" The little female dragon coughed twice as she was choked by the dust in the air, and asked unhappily. "This is Magadal's doing, it's a little too loud, but those monsters have all been buried underground." "That's not right." The little princess of the Jade Phoenix bloodline shook her head. "There's no dust on the ground at all. How could such a large amount of dust be raised?" Chapter 1402. That's not right. The Jade Phoenix princess shook her head. "There's no dust on the ground here. How could there be such a large amount of dust?" Alaz was stunned, and Magadal's expression changed slightly. She squatted down and rubbed the ground with her hand, and then her thin eyebrows furrowed. "Oh no, there's something wrong here. It must be that cunning goat Kentu." Alaz was already jumping up and down. Dragons and demons were mortal enemies, not to mention that she had suffered a lot at the hands of Kentu in Takik. She was extremely prejudiced against the Lord of Purgatory. He must be nearby, and he attacked Magadal earlier. Huang Hua did not answer, and just threw the thing in her hand to the ground. "And this?" Alaz and Magadal took a closer look, and found that Huang Hua was holding the corpse of a strange creature. She threw the creature on the ground, and a pair of red wings appeared on the back of the skinny monster. "This is a lesser demon." "It really is a Kentu." The little female dragon's expression changed. "Where are the others, and where is Delphian?" Hundreds of millions of stars gathered together, hanging in the dark space, but a trace of the aura of death was reflected. Nearby, almost all the planets were shattered, and the light of the stars was dim. Occasionally, there would be broken asteroids floating in front of Brando, and the aura of time and space was no longer as vibrant. Even Flora and the others, or rather the dragons, could clearly feel that this once perfect kingdom was now beginning to decline. It was like the dusk of the gods. Although Brendel could already touch upon the true meaning of the power of existence, and the extreme planes that he created using the power of time and space could be said to be flawless, in fact, this level of kingdom was already beyond what he had seen in his previous life. At least, he had never seen any player or NPC that could depict such a pure law. Although the level of his power was still not high, and it was not even comparable to his own power level during the Silver Body era, his strength was incomparable. At the very least, Brando knew very well that if he were to fight his former self in his current state, he would most likely win. In other words, a Sage Domain player could defeat a Silver Body player just by relying on the law. If such news was spread in the past, it would definitely cause a commotion among the players. It meant that most players had taken an irreversible detour on this path. If that was the case, who knew how many people would have to delete their accounts and start all over again? However, no matter how pure and perfect the power was, there would always be a beginning and an end. After all, he was not a god and could only be regarded as a mortal. Perhaps he was one of the best among mortals, but he was still far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Therefore, when his power of law began to dry up, his kingdom inevitably began to waver. In fact, even if he had lasted until now, it was already enough to surprise him. This was actually a lot longer than he had expected. For a moment, Brando even suspected that Fu Luo and the others on the opposite side were not giving their all. However, the two giant dragon corpses floating not far away explained everything. No one would joke about their own life, even if their souls were enslaved by the Twilight Dragon. Soon, he understood where the problem was. Brando actually faintly felt that this world was containing his power. To be precise, he felt that this world was continuously transforming and transmitting dark magic to his body. When he raised his power to the peak, this transmission would become particularly obvious because the magic torrent in the void would suddenly increase. This feeling reminded him of the scene he saw at the elemental barrier. Without a doubt, this was the effect of Martha's Law of Tiamat, but it was slightly different from that time. The Law of Tiamat in Brando's memory was more gentle. It tended to change magic instead of enslaving magic. But here, Brando felt that the coercion was very obvious. It was an absolute order, majestic, solemn, and made people look up to it. Brando's breath was slightly uneven. At the same time, he looked regretfully at the two giant dragon corpses floating in the void not far away. It was a silver dragon and a black dragon. The corpses were full of holes. Brando knew very well that these dragons in front of him did not want to be enemies with him. If possible, he would try not to kill them. But obviously, there were not many choices left for him on the battlefield. He could not dominate this battlefield. The 9 giant dragons working together made him tired. If he held back a little, the corpses left here would not necessarily belong to anyone. But even so, he chose to avoid Flora as much as possible, or at least not cause fatal damage to her. Brando knew very well what Flora meant to Alaz. However, this was quickly noticed by the other side. Even among the dragons, Flora was considered a genius of the new generation. It was definitely not a coincidence that she could be the companion of a new generation of gold dragons like Alaz. But when this wisdom was displayed on his opponent, it gave Brando a headache. She had actively chosen to fight with her life on the line several times. He could see that even in the enslaved state, this dragon girl really did not want to die. It was purely because she saw through his weakness. But he could not ignore this weakness. For this reason, the dragon's line of defense was quickly stabilized. On the other hand, Brando himself became clumsy. The battle had reached the final juncture in a short period of time. Brando felt that his kingdom was on the verge of collapse, and the dragons on Flora's side were naturally aware of this. But except for a few people, there was still more anxiety than joy on their faces. This was not only because they had been delayed here for too long. In fact, at this time, Flora did not care much about winning or losing outside. What she was really worried about was her ally, at least in name, the demon known as the Lord of Inferno. Akentu had deceived them verbally from the beginning. Otherwise, they would not have fallen into such a bitter battle, and the demons obviously would not make meaningless deceptions. Even though they had always been chaotic and evil, they would not deliberately send their allies to the front line to die. The other side must be up to something. Flora had long smelled a strong conspiracy, but what made her anxious was that she still did not know which side this conspiracy was directed at. At this point in the battle, the outcome of this battle was actually not important to both sides. The dragon girl was the first to stop. She took a breath and looked at Brando with a somewhat strange gaze. Although she did not know why this ridiculously powerful young human would tolerate her, it was obvious that the other party did not seem to want to kill them as much as she thought. Maybe we can negotiate, she thought. She thought to herself, then said in a cold tone, "Humans, stop." Brando naturally hoped for a chance to catch his breath. In fact, at this time, he also saw that the dragon's fighting spirit was fading. This made him click his tongue in wonder. The Twilight Dragon, or rather, Roman's method of enslaving these dragons was very strange. They could still maintain a large degree of independence of thought, except for the fact that their loyalty to the Twilight Dragon would not waver. So when Flora retreated, he stopped and said, "What's the matter?" "Human, although we each have our own master," Flora replied. "This battle is clearly a stalemate. I think your subordinates outside have already cleaned up the nether beasts, but you should be able to see that it's not possible for you to keep us here. If we do our best, I'm afraid it is possible to keep 1 or 2 of you." Brando did not want to show weakness. "Indeed, but all you can get is the corpse," the girl said coldly, as if she was explaining something that had nothing to do with her. "I can see that, although I don't know why, you don't want to kill him. Since that's the case, I suggest that we both take a step back." "What good will it do for me to let you go?" Brando tried to stall for time, but the other party shamelessly used his weakness, which was a little sharp. He could not help but look at the dragon girl strangely. He did not seem to realize that she had such potential before. "You don't need me to tell you that Akentu is scheming against you in the dark. Although we are barely on the same side as that disgusting devil, it does not mean that we are willing to be its pawns. And now, I am extremely doubtful of its loyalty to its master. I believe that you will be happy to see internal strife between us." "In that case, Miss Flora, why don't you?" Brando was interrupted by Flora coldly. "Human, I know what you are thinking, but I suggest that you don't have such thoughts. I have already stated my conditions. We do not like to bargain. You just need to make your stand clear." She paused. "Either we fight, or we cooperate. We don't mind." Brando shut his mouth, but he was cursing in his heart. Don't the dragons love to bargain? Why did they lose their favorite hobby after joining the Twilight Dragon? But even so, he still nodded silently. He had to admit that although Flora's suggestion seemed a little ridiculous, every point hit the nail on the head, and he had to consider it. And after careful consideration, he was surprised to find that there were not many choices he could make. In fact, he was indeed very worried about the devil that had been hiding in the dark. The cunning sheep-headed devil was not a title for nothing. Chapter 1403. The moment they retreated to the extreme plain, Brando frowned. He originally thought that he would see a messy battlefield. Or at the very least, Phoenix Fire, Magadal, and the others had not yet defeated the Void Predators, but at least they should have the upper hand. However, the first thing he saw was an endless thin layer of fog. This fog pervaded the wilderness and hills far and near, and seemed somewhat out of place in this pitch-black world with crisscrossing lines of law. It was just that it was different from the chaotic fog they had seen in the Sea of Magic. The latter was majestic as if it was the power of a world, but the fog here was strange and quiet, as if there were unknown creatures lurking inside. This fog shrouded the front, as thin as a shroud floating on the water. When Brando looked into it, he immediately felt a slight dizziness, and the system also issued a timely warning. His willpower was far beyond that of ordinary people, but he was still affected by this fog. This showed how powerful this fog was. Brando immediately recognized that this was the mind fog, a very rare ability of demons. This gave him a bad premonition. The mind fog was actually a variant of dark magic, and most high-grade demons had such power. But they rarely did so. First, because it was unnecessary, and second, because to create such a large-scale fog, they needed to use the means of live sacrifice. Could it be that Akentu had brought the sheephead believers here too? He subconsciously looked up at Farofa and the others, but found that these dragons also had a cautious look on their faces. And at this time, Allah's voice came from behind. "Brando, how are things over there?" As soon as the little female dragon came out of the fog, she hurriedly said, "Brando, not good, Feng Qi is gone." But when she saw Farofa and the others not far away, her expression changed, and for a moment, she looked at her former companion with a complicated expression. Farofa also looked at her quietly, motionless, but there was no extra expression on her face. Feng Qi is missing? Brando was shocked. If Feng Qi disappeared, there were only two possibilities. Either he escaped during the chaos, or he was taken away. The former conjecture was not impossible. Feng Qi had always been different from them. Although he was a man of his words, in front of the mystery of the Jade, as the successor of the Ghost Chariot, it was inevitable that he would have ulterior motives. Although Brando never liked to be suspicious, he still asked cautiously, "Where's Miss Delphian?" "That woman. She's still here." The female dragon looked at Fu Luofa and said, "What about the ship? I sent Mr. Lu and Huang Hua over, but there is still no news." "What happened?" "When we were fighting, a fog suddenly appeared. Many lesser demons appeared in the fog. Everyone hurriedly gathered and found that Feng Qi had already disappeared." Brando frowned. In fact, he had already made up his mind. He raised his head and looked at Fu Luofa. The seemingly unfamiliar black-haired girl also shifted her gaze from Allah's and looked at him. Brando knew that the ship was stranded on the beach, and Feng Qi did not have the ability to get it back to the sea. He only asked for insurance purposes. And if Feng Qi left because of the Jade Heart, he would most likely take Delphian away. This should not take much effort for him at that time. But he did not do so, so the remaining possibilities were self-evident. And there were only two groups of people who could take Feng Qi away. One of them was Fu Luofa and her people, and the other force was Akentu and his minions. Of course, the latter was more likely, but Brando still could not rule out the former. Besides, who knew if this was a trick by the other side? Although Brando did not think it was necessary. Fu Luofa's calm eyes were very persuasive. Although she did not speak, Brando still subconsciously cleared the suspicion of these few dragons. "Don't you have anything to say?" he asked. "If you don't believe us, there's no point in saying anything." "If you believe us, there's no need for us to say anything," Fu Luofa replied simply. She paused and thought for a moment before asking, "I have a question. Who is Feng Qi?" "He's our companion," Brando replied. At the same time, he observed Fu Luofa's expression as if he wanted to see if she was lying. But to his disappointment, the girl only had one expression from beginning to end. "I'm not interested in that. What I mean is, why did Akenta take him away?" "Are you so sure that it was Akentu who took him away?" Brando frowned and said, "How can I be sure that this is not deliberately misleading?" "I don't care what others think. This is just my judgment, and I don't need others to believe it," Fu Luofa replied, "because now I'm the one asking a question, not answering your question." Brando was silently stunned for a moment and could not help but look back at Alaz. He thought to himself, so Fu Luofa's usual personality was like this. It was hard to imagine that the little female dragon was willing to be with someone with such a personality. Alaz just stared blankly at her former companion, as if she had lost her soul. At this time, Brando saw one of the dragons behind Fu Luofa whispering something in her ear. The girl's face showed a rare look of shock and anger. "Feng Qi is the 9 Phoenix with you?" "What? Forgive me for not accompanying you." Fu Luofa and the other dragons seemed to have encountered something urgent, and they all turned around and left. Brando was stunned for a moment. He wanted to make them stay, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. The little female dragon opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she could not make a sound. She could only watch the other party's back disappear into the fog. After a long while she turned her head and said, "Brando, Fu, and them? It seems that they are not completely on the same side as Akentu. That demon has other intentions and included them in his calculations." Brando also looked in that direction and replied, "Then we go and gather everyone. Things may become a little troublesome." Brendel furrowed his brows. He did not leave Fu Luofa behind because he had already guessed the possibility behind. In that case, there was no need to waste time on these dragons controlled by the Twilight Dragon. If they left earlier, they might be able to cause some trouble for Akentu. Brando had already guessed that Akentu's purpose was the stagnation realm. In fact, they had inferred this before going here. It was just that he did not expect that the Lord of Purgatory was so impatient that he personally took action before the seal was lifted. He had overestimated the importance of the Twilight Dragon to the stagnation realm, but he did not expect that he still underestimated it. The secret was so urgent that a high-grade demon lord would not hesitate to take a great risk to take action. It should be known that if all 3 of Akentu's clones unfortunately fell outside, the seal that maintained it would probably be extended for thousands of years. Everyone quickly gathered together. Even Huang Hua and Mr. Liu, who were sent by Alaz to check the stranded sailboat, were called back. Brando explained his inference, and everyone felt the seriousness of the situation. However, the others did not think too much about it. They just subconsciously thought that they could not let the Twilight Dragon get the Orb of Nature first. At that moment, no one said anything. The Prime Minister's daughter also began to re-infer the calculation process that was interrupted by the previous battle. It took less than a quarter of an hour to find the way to the stagnation realm again. They did not encounter any trouble along the way. Although it was obvious that Akenta had left many of his minions along the way, Fu Luofa and the others seemed to have passed through here first. Most of Akentu's minions were turned into broken corpses by the angry dragons. The remaining few that escaped the net did not cause any trouble for Brando and the others. However, Brando felt a little puzzled along the way. Obviously, Fu Luofa and Akentu were very clear about the location of the stagnation realm. Along the way, whether it was Akentu's arrangement or the traces left by Fu Luofa and the others, they had never deviated from the scope of Delphian's calculation. This was not to say that Brando thought that only the Prime Minister's daughter in the world could crack the strange formula and calculate the location of the mystery of the emerald. What made him curious was that the sheep-head cult knew this place like the back of their hand. From the layout of the cult in the sacred land of Atuk, they had obviously figured out the secrets inside and outside the moon's channel. Otherwise, Fu Luofa and the others would not be able to come in and out of this place so easily. But in this case, why did the sheep-head cult never send people to the 9 Phoenix to find the descendants of the Jade Phoenix and the Phantom Chariot in the past few decades? Otherwise, they would have opened the stagnation realm long ago. How could he bring Huang Hua and Feng Qi to this place? Even if the descendants of the Jade Phoenix and the Phantom Chariot were more noble than the average person, they were often heavily guarded. But not every descendant of the Jade Phoenix and the Phantom Chariot were Huang Hua and Feng Qi. In fact, the existence of Huang Hua and Feng Qi in a huge family was in the minority. They could even be regarded as the core existence. But in the periphery, there were many descendants of the Jade Phoenix and the Phantom Chariot bloodline. Just like in Erewhon, core members of the royal family like Haruz, Griffine, the eldest prince, and Kiara were also considered the descendants of the royal bloodline. But there were also descendants of the royal bloodline like Amandina, Ling, and Lotus who were wandering outside, not to mention some branches of the family. Not everyone had a high status. Chapter 1404. For cultists like the Sheephead cult, it would not take much effort to kidnap such a person, and it would not attract too much attention. However, the Sheephead cult and their master, Akentu, the Lord of Purgatory, did not choose to do so, which inevitably made Brando feel suspicious. Brando did not speak, and most of the others seemed a little dull. Everyone seemed to have a lot on their minds, not only because they were worried that the demons would beat them to it, but also because they were worried about the safety of their companions. Although Feng Qi had always behaved differently from them, after getting along with each other for so many days, and even going through life and death together, even Huang Hua more or less recognized this genius of the Phantom Chariot lineage, but they did not say it out loud. However, Brando did not know that his doubts might seem ridiculous to Akentu. It was just a simple question. In fact, although the Sheephead cult had long calculated the secret of the channels of the moons, they had only just opened the door to the 10th channel, and their time was not much faster than Brando's. The reason was simply that they had not been able to find a suitable dragon willing to work with them before this. Fortunately, the awakening of the Twilight Dragon finally solved Akentu's problem. After opening the 10th channel, they understood that one of the conditions for solving the mystery of the Emerald and going to the Stagnation Realm was to need the inheritor of the 9 Phoenix bloodline. At this time, the southern part of Madara was in chaos, and the route through the Sea of the Dead Moons to the 9 Phoenix had long been cut off. First, it was blocked by the army of the Crystal Cluster. At that time, the Sheephead cult could still barely go to the Taowu Strait. After all, although the Crystal Cluster did not acknowledge the demons, they were at least part of the army of chaos. However, after the Battle of Fenhotos, this road was occupied by the Lost Names. This time, the Sheephead cult completely lost the possibility of going south, so it was basically impossible to bring back an inheritor of the 9 Phoenix bloodline. Akenta had heard that there was a bloodline inheritor from the Jade Phoenix clan in Erewhon. He had been thinking of investigating this matter, but he did not expect that things would take a turn for the better. When Tao Chica met Brando and the others, he had actually suspected the identities of Feng Qi and Huang Hua. Demons were born in the abyss, and their dark magic power mixed with the negative emotions in the hearts of mortals: pain, despair, greed, and pride. Therefore, they were most sensitive to the inheritance of human hearts and blood. However, before it could put its suspicions into practice, its doppelganger had been sliced into two by Brando's heaven-shaking sword. Even now, it still had lingering fears when it recalled that sea-parting sword. Don't be fooled by its tough words. In fact, even if it wasn't sealed at its peak, it might not be able to easily withstand such a sword. Under such circumstances, how would it dare to find trouble with Brando? But what happened next made Akenta feel that the power of chaos was omnipresent. Brando and the others were heading towards the Green Sea and were discovered by its own subordinates. At that time, its mind began to spin those plots and tricks that it was accustomed to. Of course, all tricks needed to be matched with sufficient strength. Otherwise, it would only become a laughable joke. If it was any other time, it would definitely not dare to play any tricks in front of that terrifying young man. But it just so happened that there was another group of people sent by its supreme master. To be precise, it was Flora and her dragon companions. Akenta didn't like these self-righteous dragons, even though they had defected to the supreme master. But that didn't mean that he couldn't make use of them. In fact, it was precisely because of the existence of these dragons that his plan could be realized. As for the result of the plan, Akenta looked down at the young man in front of it. There was no doubt that it was Feng Qi. But at this time, this genius of the chariot lineage was in a strange state. He stood motionless in front of the Lord of Purgatory with a blank look in his eyes like a puppet. Akenta couldn't help but feel satisfied seeing him like this. In fact, it had already planted a seed of fear in Feng Qi's heart. That day in Tao Chica's temple, if it wasn't for Brando interrupting, it would have made this young man submit. Although it didn't do its best at that time, this seed wasn't completely useless. At least when it used those pitiful servants to carry out the living sacrifice ritual to create the mind fog, it didn't take much effort to make Feng Qi completely lose his consciousness. Otherwise, If the other party had reacted and the Titan had discovered its existence, even the dignified Purgatory Lord would not have been able to bear the consequences. But this is the power of a conspiracy. Akenta proudly praised itself. It was full of disdain towards Fu Luofa and Brando's group. So what if it's the sage domain? So what if it's a dragon? Aren't you just being played around by this lord's avatar? Ha, bunch of fools. It looked at the puppet like Feng Qi with satisfaction before slowly walking forward. This place was a basin in the depths of the hills. If Brando was here, he would definitely find the terrain very familiar. This was because the terrain was very similar to the Silver Elf's tomb in the depths of Chablis. It was where he first met the Silver Elf Princess Metisha. There was also the commander of the Phoenix Guards called Nalathar. He remembered that he had promised Nalathar that once he was free, he would go back and tell him what had happened in the outside world in the past 1,000 years. But ever since he settled down in Abes, he had been unable to do as he wished. In the past 3 years, he did not have any extra time. In this basin, the place where the Silver Elves' holy church was supposed to be was now a flat, empty land. Crisscrossing lines of law marked the location of this place among the crisscrossing hills. In the middle of the basin, a crystal ball floated in midair. The crystal ball was very similar to the floating sphere that Tata gave to Brendel, but it was obviously much bigger. This made it look more like a teleportation portal that was suspended in mid-air. It was a spherical teleportation portal. Inside the crystal ball was a vast and unfamiliar land. But it was different from the Wonde that was seen from outside the elemental boundary. Wonde was a continent that was full of vitality. The atmosphere emitted a fluorescent blue light that covered the vast ocean and land. The continent was covered with dark forests, mountains, and rivers intertwined. The surface runoff washed out the plains at the estuary. Civilizations gathered here and formed cities and settlements. Sailboats could be seen on the ocean. However, the world inside the crystal ball was a lifeless world. It was like a piece of metal covered in dark red rust. Its surface was bumpy and covered in ugly scars. Although there were mountains and valleys on it, the valleys had long dried up. Even the place where the ocean used to be was only left with a huge, shocking depression. On the entire continent, there was not a single trace of life. Not to mention green forests, there was not even a single grassland or tundra. It was as if there was only brown and red soil. Storms swept across the continent at thousands of miles per hour, sweeping away everything that could possibly exist. When Akenta approached the crystal ball unsurprisingly released an invisible force. This force seemed gentle, but it made the Lord of Purgatory suffer considerable pain. Akenta's face showed that he could not bear it. He could not help but curse viciously. But when he took another step forward, the whole valley where the crystal ball was located suddenly shone brightly. A huge magic circle appeared on the ground. In the light, Akenta screamed, and half of his body almost disappeared. He hurriedly retreated with a look of lingering fear on his face. Compared to before he entered the valley, his body seemed a little illusory. This was because his body was originally just a projection. In fact, it was part of his power. But this power had obviously been damaged in the previous conflict. The terrible power of the crystal ball stopped Akenta in his tracks. At the same time he frowned. Now that he had the inheritor of the 9 Phoenix bloodline, he had fulfilled the requirement to open the stagnation realm. But the problem was, how should he use it? If it could, in fact, it did not care whether Feng Qi lived or died. So what if a demon sacrificed a human to achieve its goal? In its eyes, the royal family of the 9 phoenixes were no different from ordinary people. They were just ordinary people like insects. But he only had one bargaining chip. If he accidentally killed him before he could open the gate, he would have to go back and find trouble with Brando. Because there was still one inheritor of the 9 phoenix bloodline left. Of course, this was what Akenta did not want to see. With his current power, he did not even want to face Fu Luofa and the others, let alone Brando. He looked back at Feng Qi. Previously, he had tried to bleed and sacrifice his soul. Of course it was not complete. He also tried to harm himself, but he did not succeed. Did he really have to kill this person? Akenta was a little hesitant because he only had one chance. If he failed, the result would be unbearable. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "You come here." Chapter 1405. Seeing this damn demon speak, Feng Qi couldn't help but feel a sense of vigilance in his heart. But he didn't dare to be negligent. He could only pretend to be numb and walk over. Yes, in fact, Feng Qi wasn't enslaved by this demon at all from the beginning. Back then, Akenta had implanted a trace of fear deep in his heart. But the swordsmanship of the Nine Phoenix lineage was very different from Won's power. If one had to say, it would be that the swordsmen of the Nine Phoenix lineage paid more attention to the cultivation of the mind. Although the Phantom Chariot was a traitor of the Nine Phoenix lineage, it didn't mean that they had fallen spiritually. In fact, it was the opposite. The Iron Heart and White Raven swordsmanship were more focused on the cultivation of the mind than the Desert Wind swordsmanship. Especially the former, it required the user to be as calm as water. And Feng Qi, as the leader of this lineage, of course, surpassed his master. He was oppressed by Akenta back then because of the huge difference in strength. And when Akenta's clone died, he immediately noticed the flaw in his mind. The people of the Nine Phoenix were also a member of this world. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the demons were. He didn't dare to hide the matter that day and told Brando and Delphian about it. Brando knew the tricks of the demons like the back of his hand. Although he couldn't do anything about the demon's seed of courage, it was the masterpiece of a demon lord after all. And the domain of the mind had always been mysterious. Other than the mysterious psionic users in the north of Nazir, few people were proficient in mind magic, whether it was Wond or the Nine Phoenix. But Brando's solution was very simple and effective. He immediately let the little female dragon use magic to shield the seed of courage in Feng Qi's heart. After all, the seed of courage wasn't invincible. In fact, if it wasn't constantly protected by its master, it would soon disappear. But the demons would often appear in front of the victim shortly after planting the seed of fear. They would seize the power of the spell and completely make the victim submit and become enslaved. Generally, the demons would only plant the seed of courage on the more important servants. Brando didn't understand why Akenta would plant such a thing on Feng Qi. He could only think that it was Akenta's bad taste. But at that time, Akenta's doppelganger had already been killed by him, and presumably, he wouldn't appear in front of Feng Qi for a while. Adding to that, Feng Qi didn't take this matter to heart. But what Brendel and Feng Qi didn't expect was that their unintentional action would actually play a role at this time. When Akenta appeared in front of Feng Qi again, the latter could not help but rejoice in his heart, knowing that he had finally escaped a disaster. However, he had only managed to escape the fate of being enslaved. Akenta didn't realize that his seed of courage didn't work, but the difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. Feng Qi was smart enough to know that he couldn't resist. Otherwise, regardless of whether Magadol could react in time, his head would definitely fall to the ground first. He immediately pretended to be obsessed and obediently left with the Lord of Purgatory. He only hoped that Brando and the others could react quickly and come to save him. It was only at this moment that he wanted to see that damned Aween person, and his own cousin, more than ever. I hope Miss Delphian can analyze my situation quickly. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble this time. Feng Qi's expression didn't change. He walked to Akenta's side like a puppet, but his mind was spinning with thoughts. Because the little female dragon's magic hadn't lost its effect, the Lord of Purgatory beside him didn't realize his true thoughts. Go to the crystal ball. Akenta coldly glanced at his servant, and ordered at the same time. Feng Qi was stunned. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Of course, he knew what the crystal ball was. Didn't they come all the way here for the mystery of Emerald? And the answer to the mystery of Emerald was undoubtedly the door to the stagnation realm. Although he didn't know what the stagnation realm looked like, he could roughly guess what it was after seeing the scene in the crystal ball. Of course, he wasn't someone who would risk his life for a little benefit. He knew that under the surveillance of this demon, he wouldn't be able to play any tricks. But the scene he saw earlier gave him great hope. Obviously, that damn demon was extremely afraid of the crystal ball, and there was an invisible magic circle around the crystal ball that could stop it from moving forward. And this guy obviously wanted him to get close to the crystal ball? Feng Qi wasn't a fool. Brando had already told him that he and Huang Hua were allowed to join this adventure team, because the method to unlock the mystery of Emerald might use his and Huang Hua's bloodline inheritance. How could he not understand that this damn demon should have the same idea now? This also meant that the risk of him getting close to the crystal ball was obviously much lower than that of this damn demon. His heart couldn't help but pound for a moment. If he could leave this damn demon and run into the crystal ball alone, wouldn't this demon be unable to do anything to him? More importantly, the crystal ball was related to the secret of the ultimate inheritance of the 9 Phoenix. Yes, he did promise Brendel and the others that he would share the secrets inside, but that was under the original plan. Now that he was controlled by this devil, he had no choice but to do so. If he could profit from this disaster and obtain the treasures in the stagnation realm first, then he couldn't be blamed for it. Although the descendants of the ghost chariot lineage valued trust, they weren't pedantic people who followed the rules. Otherwise, they wouldn't have betrayed the 9 Phoenix lineage. Feng Qi thought of this possibility, and almost couldn't maintain his emotions on the surface. Even Akento noticed his abnormality and couldn't help but look back at him doubtfully. This glance almost scared Feng Qi out of his wits. Fortunately, he managed to control the fear and greed in his heart at the last moment. At the same time, the demon seemed to be quite confident in its strength and didn't believe that it couldn't even suppress a mere mortal with the enlightenment of truth, so it didn't doubt it too much. Akento's glance wasn't so much suspicion as it was urging Feng Qi's dissatisfaction with his hesitation. It didn't know that its servant wasn't afraid, but was absent-minded because he was too excited. Feng Qi took a deep breath and then pretended to be stiff as he walked into the stagnation realm. Although he was quite convinced by Brando and Delphian's inference, he couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. Who knew if this strange magic circle and crystal ball really needed the blood of the 9 Phoenix to open? What if it attacked him like it attacked the demon? Thinking about it, the cold-blooded demon lord wouldn't take pity on a mere mortal's life and let him stop midway. Maybe it had the intention of sacrificing him alive. Feng Qi didn't expect that his casual guess had almost guessed Akento's thoughts, but at least he still kept a straight face and slowly approached the crystal ball. 50 feet. 40 feet. In fact, he had already passed the area where Akento was first repelled by the crystal ball, but the crystal ball was still and didn't seem to show any signs of exerting the terrifying power from before. At this moment, Feng Qi couldn't help but feel excited, but he still understood that he was not completely out of danger. At least at this distance, the damned demon lord still dared to go deep. If he dared to run away, the other party would definitely drag him back like a dead duck before he could react. At that time, his life and death would no longer be in his control. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tremble, but he still walked forward step by step calmly until he entered the position where Akento had triggered the magic circle. And in the valley, it was still quiet at this moment. Seeing this scene, Akento couldn't help but widen his eyes, and even his breathing became a little heavy. Feng Qi's breathing also became heavy, and the veins on his arms and forehead bulged. Of course, he knew that the opportunity was right in front of him, but the more it was at this moment, the more he couldn't afford to make a mistake. Unfortunately, some things were beyond human control, and one of them was the speed of his heartbeat and blood flow. Before this, although his emotions occasionally fluctuated, they were still within his control. Coupled with the little female dragon's spell shielding him, Akento was careless and did not notice it for a while. But at this moment, if Akento still couldn't discover the abnormal movements of his strange servant, then he would be claiming the title of Demon Lord in vain, not to mention that his nickname was Cunning. In fact, the moment Feng Qi's breathing became heavy, Akento roared, "Damn it, stop right there!" This roar exploded like thunder, scaring Feng Qi so much that he almost jumped up. But how could this genius ghost chariot stop at this time? Besides, he was not a fool, so he immediately reacted and ran. As soon as he moved, Akento understood that he had been fooled. This was simply a great shame. He, a demon lord, was actually deceived by a mere mortal. Not to mention, he had even boasted in front of this human and mocked Brando and Fu Luofa, showing off his superiority. Thinking that his previous performance had fallen into the eyes of Feng Qi, Akento wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. But before that, he understood that it was more important to capture this damn human and kill him to silence him. "You're dead!" Akento screamed and flew in Feng Qi's direction. At this time, Feng Qi had actually given up all thoughts. There was only one thought in his mind: to run as fast as he could. As long as he got close to the crystal ball, he would be safe. But he never dreamed that he had overestimated the strength of this demon lord's clone, but he still did not expect the other party to be so much faster than him. Just as he took his second step, he felt a sharp whistling sound coming from behind him from within the bright light of the formation. Even if he did not look back, he knew that it was Akento's claw. "It's over." Feng Qi's heart was filled with despair. Chapter 1406. But the expected attack did not come. Feng Qi heard Akentu roar angrily behind him. The dazzling light of the magic circle in the valley was quickly dimming. A black shadow flashed in front of him, and then he saw a black-haired girl appear beside him. Feng Qi vaguely remembered that this girl was the one who blocked their way before. Knowing that she was an enemy and not a friend, he subconsciously wanted to move aside. But Fu Luofa would not let him do as he wished. She just glanced at him indifferently, and the invisible power of law surged from all directions and wrapped around Feng Qi like a spider web. Feng Qi only felt his body stiffen, and then his hands and feet did not listen to him. He stood straight on the spot. The peak of the supreme realm. He immediately understood the gap between him and the other party, and he could not help but feel despair. Brendel was even younger than him, but his strength was far above him. The girl in front of him didn't look too old either. In fact, based on the age of a dragon, his guess wasn't wrong. Her strength was also more than one level higher than him. Poor Feng Qi did not know that he had either encountered a cheater, a demon lord, or a new generation of dragons. For a moment, he doubted his outlook on life and regretted getting involved in this mess. Fu Luofa. Akentu once again retreated outside the magic circle. This demon's avatar was already covered with burn scars, and its body was beginning to fade. Obviously, the magic circle had done a lot of damage to it. It roared angrily. "How dare you sneak attack me? Damn it! Do you know what you are doing?" Fu Luofa did not even look at it. As soon as she landed, the 6 dragons landed behind her. They were only slightly slower than her. They were obviously not rejected by the magic circle like the Lord of Purgatory. Fu Luofa looked back at the crystal ball calmly and said coldly, "How disappointing, Akentu. You even dare to be selfish in Master's plan. You have really fallen after mixing with these mortals for thousands of years. You are the one who ruined Master's plan. You damn female lizard. Do you know how important this plan is to Master?" Akentu angrily shouted, "Give that human back to me. We want him to open the gate to the stagnation realm." "Yes, it's we," Flora replied. She looked at her companion. "You've done too many unnecessary things, Akentu, so I declare that you're excluded from this plan. I have to be responsible for the Master. Do you want to face the Master's anger?" Akentu couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. But there is no conflict between the two. The Demon Lord's voice finally weakened, although it was secretly gnashing its teeth in hatred, thinking that the damned flying lizards had come at the wrong time. "Only when I lift the seal can I serve Master better. The two are the same thing, and it does not need to waste too much time. Look, I'm already here. Once the seal weakens, I'll be able to enter the stagnation realm. This is why Master is disappointed in you, Akentu," Flora replied coldly. "Your thoughts are mixed with too many mortal things, utilitarian, greedy, and self-righteous. You will never understand that no matter what you think, it's not important. What's important is Master's will. If Master didn't let you do it, you can't do it." "No, I've never betrayed Master," Akentu shouted in panic. "I've been to the stagnation realm before. I know that place better than you. You can't exclude me." "Shut up, Akentu." All of a sudden, a voice boomed. It was as if the entire valley was shaking. This voice came from Flora's mouth, but it was deeper and hoarser. If Brando was here, he would be surprised to find that this voice was like a copy of the merchant lady's, but it was obviously more mature and dignified. This voice made the Lord of Purgatory, Akentu's expression contort. He almost knelt down in fear. "My Supreme Master, your humble servant has absolutely no intention of betraying you. You can't just listen to that damned female lizard's side of the story. She is jealous of me, of your most loyal servant." "Humph." The Twilight Dragon's voice seemed very distant and deep. Its will was blocked outside the world crystal wall, and it seemed to lack control over this place. However, it still showed its dissatisfaction. "You've disappointed me, Akentu. Now go do your thing. I don't care what your grudge with Flora is. As long as I see that thing, you'll understand what I want. I'm sure I understand your intentions, my lord. I'm afraid there's no one better than me in this world who can understand your meaning better. My lord, I'll definitely do what you've entrusted." Akentu, this great demon, crawled on the ground and answered while trembling. It was hard to believe that this was actually a high-ranked demon lord, a king of purgatory. The pressure that shrouded the valley finally dissipated, but for a moment, No one dared to make any unnecessary sounds. Feng Qi, who was bound by Flora, witnessed this scene with his own eyes. His heart couldn't help but sink. He originally hoped that Brando and his cousin could come to rescue him. But facing this enemy in human legends, the former destroyer of the world, and the ultimate evil described in the Pale Epic, the Twilight Dragon, Feng Qi found that he really didn't feel any hope. After a long while, Akenta's clone got up from the ground while trembling. He cursed the damn dragon in his heart, but at this moment, he didn't dare to show any disrespectful look on his face. At this time, Flora represented the will of the Supreme Master. Although he was a demon lord, the entire demon army was just a branch of the Twilight Force. Not to mention that below the River of Scorching Heat, he wasn't the first giant. Miss Flora, he hesitated for a moment before saying carefully, I've understood the Master's meaning. Now, what do you want me to do? Flora glanced at the tall demon and didn't even frown, as if the dispute between the two didn't exist. She replied flatly, Now, send us into the stagnation realm immediately. This. Akenta looked hesitant when he heard this. The Flora formation clearly showed that it was excluded, which of course made him feel extremely dissatisfied. It had been trapped here for many years, and now was its only hope to get out. Otherwise, it would have to count on its incompetent sheep's head followers, who knew how many years it would take to completely pry open the seal placed by those damned bugas. Moreover, the words of the Twilight Dragon before allowed him to survive. Obviously, the Supreme Master was not interested in the filth between him and these dragons. He only needed the results, which meant that he was not completely unimaginable. As long as he achieved his goal in the end, the Master didn't mind who completed it. Of course, he couldn't waste too much time. Thinking of this, the great demon couldn't help but hesitate. Miss Flora, I think the Master wants us to work together. After all, I'm a little older than you and have seen more things than you. Akentu, have you ever thought about why the Master is so angry with you? You're wasting too much time talking about these things here in a roundabout way. Perhaps you've been in the human world for too long, so you've been infected with their bad habits? Flora replied, Well, I don't have time to be long-winded with you here. The inheritor of the 9 Phoenix bloodline is already here. Presumably, this matter is not troublesome for you. This is your last chance. Damn *******. Akenta gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction on his face. His crimson eyes turned slightly, and he replied respectfully, Well, I understand. In fact, it's very simple to enter the stagnation realm. You're not sealed, so you won't be rejected by this magic circle. As long as you bring him, you can enter the stagnation realm. It's that simple? Flora glanced at the Lord of Purgatory suspiciously. In her opinion, this Lord of Purgatory wouldn't compromise so easily. This is the main battlefield of the Fourth War. These humans are the mortal descendants of the Zanas. The Zanas sealed the old world here just to prevent us from entering. Akenta looked at the dragon girl angrily. It has no defense against you despicable species of order, especially with the inheritor of the Zana's bloodline as the key to open this door. It's not an exaggeration to say that this door is a smooth path for you. Ferofa frowned slightly. She knew that Akenta was right, but Akenta's respectful behavior aroused her suspicion. This infernal king had never been described as respectful or honest in any of the legends left behind in history. Miss Flora, if you have any doubts about this, I'm willing to lead the way for you. Akenta saw Flora's hesitation and smiled, revealing his white sharp teeth. But you have to help me suppress the power of this magic circle. Otherwise, I won't dare to come in my current state. As he spoke, he deliberately showed his clone's weak appearance. Although he did look battered and exhausted now, after being attacked by the magic circle several times, this clone had difficulty even maintaining its basic form. Chapter 1407. No need, Fuluafa replied coldly. You better not play any tricks. Otherwise, you won't just have to face our anger. Haha, Akenta laughed. Of course, Miss Fuluafa, the winner takes all. In our demon world, strength is everything. Now that you represent the will of that Supreme Master, I have no choice but to submit to you. This isn't a big deal in our eyes. Fuluafa didn't comment on Akenta's words. Of course, She wasn't stupid enough to believe him. She didn't let down her guard at all, but she took a few steps closer to Feng Qi and planned to try dragging him into the stagnation realm. "You stay here, Akentu," she said. "That human will soon find this place. You must stop him. This is Lord Twilight Dragon's order." "I understand. You better understand that when this matter comes to an end, my lord will consider the issue of your seal. You have to understand one thing. Our lives were given to us by my lord. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning to my lord. Furthermore, the seal here surrounds the stagnation realm. Once the stagnation realm is under my lord's control, do you think the seal itself will still be stable?" Akentu's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. Of course I understand. I didn't think it through enough, Miss Fu Luofa. I'll teach that damn human a lesson, but I'm afraid I'm not his opponent. After all, most of my strength is contained within the seal. It's fine. Fu Luofa glanced at him. You just have to do your best. She deliberately emphasized the word, do your best. Of course, Fu Luofa didn't expect this demon lord to really do his best. For these selfish and cunning creatures, they could only cause a little trouble for that human. Of course that was enough for her. Sure enough, Akentu agreed without hesitation, but it was obvious that there was no sincerity between the expressions of the two. Fu Luofa knew what the other party was thinking. After confirming that the other party wouldn't dare to mess with her master's plan, she walked towards the crystal ball in the middle of the valley with the others. Just as the High Demon Lord had said, the entrance to the stagnation realm didn't reject them like before. Flora slowly approached the beautiful sphere floating in the air and carefully placed her hand on it. However, nothing happened after that. She only felt the cold temperature in her palm. "Bring him here," she ordered her companions. Immediately, someone dragged Feng Qi, who looked like a piece of wood, over. The tall dragon, who looked like a blue dragon or an azure dragon, grabbed Feng Qi's right hand and pressed it on the crystal ball. And it was at this moment that a miracle occurred. The entire crystal ball that was suspended in mid-air clearly became brighter. The scenes that were originally in the crystal ball emerged and floated outside the crystal ball. At this moment, Feng Qi's hand was passing through these scenes and disappearing on the other side of the crystal ball. "This is indeed a teleportation gate." The blue dragon nodded. "Take his hand back." The blue dragon obeyed and then looked up at the changes in the crystal ball. After confirming that there were no changes, he said, "The teleportation gate is in a maintained state. You go in first, Hazaloa. If you can return, we will wait for you for 5 minutes. This should be a one-way teleportation gate. Its exit shouldn't be here, Flora." "It doesn't matter," Flora replied indifferently. "It's just to be safe." The blue dragon nodded and jumped into the teleportation gate on the surface of the crystal ball. The scene on the surface of the crystal ball shook for a while before returning to normal. "Can you come back, Hazaloa?" Flora asked. However, there was no response from the other side of the crystal ball. "What's going on?" Fu Luofa turned around and glanced at Akentu. The Lord of Purgatory only smiled in response. "As you can see, Miss Flora, this is a one-way teleportation gate. I believe that you dragons understand this law better than us. You can't expect sound to pass through the distance between two planes, right? Only a person who doesn't understand the law of space and time would think that the distance between two planes is only a few millimeters." Flora knew that she wouldn't get the real answer, but she also understood that at this time, she could only choose to believe in this disgusting alliance. Fortunately, at least she understood that they wouldn't dare to betray their common master. She turned back and entered the teleportation gate. Akentu silently watched the last dragon enter the teleportation gate. After confirming that there were no outsiders in the valley, the demon lord let out a sigh of relief. "Stupid lizards." He opened his mouth and revealed a strange smile. "Do you think you can enter the stagnation realm without me? What wishful thinking. I wish you a pleasant journey." After saying that, the greater demon carefully looked around as if he was afraid that his words would be leaked. Then, his avatar gradually disappeared in the valley. Brando looked at the corpses in front of him. These people were wearing typical black missionary robes with red embroidery on the cuffs and corners of the robes. There was also a sheep head pin on the collar. Obviously, these people were sheep head believers, and not ordinary believers. They belonged to the core of this sect and were the upper class of the sheep head religion. This was a valley. Hundreds of sheephead believers' corpses were piled up at the bottom of the valley. Huang Hua and Mr. Liu found several traces left by sacrificial rituals. The scene was a mess, and blood flowed like a river. Obviously, most of these people died of suicide. The sheephead believers used a hook-shaped dagger to stab diagonally into their hearts from below their throats. The venom on the blade would maintain their consciousness before their nerve venom would drain their blood. It was said that in such a death, mortals would experience the most terrible pain in the world. Pain was the nourishment of demons, just like the accompanying fear and regret. Only such a death could maximize the meaning of a living sacrifice. This was a noble act of martyrdom in the core doctrine of the sheephead religion. However, Brando understood that this kind of martyrdom was rarely seen in the upper class of the cult because even demons needed capable assistants. Of course, they would not let their trusted subordinates become living sacrifices. Anyway, whether it was the disciples of the Black Flame, the sheephead believers, or the silver heavenly snake in the south of White Mountain, most of the cultists who were involved with demons had no lack of middle and lower class believers, as well as the innocent lives they had abducted. They always had living sacrifices. But there were always exceptions. When the demons needed it, even the highest level of the sheephead believers would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for their master. Just like now. Although Brando did not have time to stay here for long, he could see that almost all the people who died here were the middle and upper class members of the sheephead believers. These people should be the sheephead believers brought here by Akentu. It seemed that the Lord of Purgatory urgently needed to borrow the power of a living sacrifice, even sacrificing his trusted subordinates. Did you find anyone alive? He turned back and asked the Prime Minister's daughter who came from afar. In such a large-scale sacrificial event, it is impossible for everyone to be martyred. There will always be some people who stay to check if there are people who take advantage of the chaos and execute those who have no courage. And the people who presided over the ceremony can't be dead, they must be nearby. It's difficult, Alaz replied. These people may have run away long ago. Besides, Flofa and the others passed by here. It is impossible to leave anyone alive. Miss Flofa and the others should have passed by this valley from the sky. The valley is concealed by magic. If you don't pay attention, it is difficult to find the mystery below, Brando replied. There are only dead people here. The most sensitive to the smell of the dead are the undead of Madara, but there are no undead here. Only living things can easily attract their attention. Alaz heard this and shut her mouth. She understood that Brando had a point. If they did not have to rely on Delphian to find the way and had to move between the valleys, they would not have found this valley. Akenta set up a scene of a living sacrifice ceremony on this path, obviously with a purpose. I think we should hurry up and catch up, the little female dragon said anxiously. Instead of looking for the reason here, Akenta may have used these people to create the psychic fog that deceives our perception. Didn't you say that, Brando? The demons need the power of a living sacrifice to create the psychic fog? But it doesn't need so much, Brando replied. Akenta sacrificed so many high-ranking believers. I'm curious why it needs so much power so urgently? That's why we should hurry up, Alaz said with a frown. Otherwise, I doubt that Feng Qi will be alive to see us. Brando heard this and shook his head silently. He slowly walked through the mountains of corpses and looked at the other side of the valley. He felt from the beginning that this matter was not so simple, and at this moment, this feeling became even stronger. A good game player always instinctively believed in their intuition, and he was naturally the same. Needless to say, whether it was the experience of the elemental frontier or Akentu's strange whereabouts, all pointed to this point. This demon obviously had other intentions. Chapter 1408. It was not that Brando did not care about Feng Qi's life or death, but Brando knew better that if he did not understand Akenta's intentions and rushed into the trap set by the other party, it would only make the situation worse. As for Feng Qi, he fell into the hands of the other party, but as the key and means to open the stagnation realm, he thought that Akenta would not kill Feng Qi so easily. Even if Feng Qi had to die, it would have to wait until the other party found the secret in the stagnation realm. Therefore, at least for the time being, Feng Qi should be relatively safe. And if they had not plunged into Akentu's trap, the man from the phantom chariot would only be safer. Sure enough, it did not take long for Phoenix Flame to find the host of the ritual hiding in the valley. This person was called Lando, a high-ranking temple priest in the sheep-head cult. He had more than a dozen guards around him at the time, but these mortal guards were not worth mentioning in the eyes of Allahs. Because Brando did not let them live, in the end, only the priest survived. When he saw Brando, he was obviously scared out of his wits. The higher the status, the more you cherish your life. This sentence was vividly reflected in this cult priest. Compared to his brothers and sisters who generously died for him, this priest clearly did not cherish his own life as much as his love for his master. Brendel only threatened him a little, and the priest spilled out everything he knew like beans pouring out of beans. The magic circle sealing Akentu is divided into 3 layers. Its outer layer covers the entire Takik area, and the inner layer is the Green Sea Triangle area, the so-called sacred land of Atuk. The 3rd layer of the magic circle is here. In order to confirm this last question, Brando repeatedly asked 3 times before finally confirming that the 3rd layer of the magic circle sealing Akentu, which was also the core layer of this huge seal, was located in the last channel of the lunar channel. It took the sheephead cult 50 years to finally find this place, and the reason why Flora and Akentu could travel freely in the lunar channel was also because they had entered and exited here many times in the early days, and already knew the terrain inside like the back of their hand. Brando looked up and his face became serious. This living sacrifice ritual transmits power to the 3rd layer of the seal? Is it to strengthen the seal? But why would it do that? Is Akentu crazy? Alaz asked, puzzled. Brando shook his head. Transmitting power to the 3rd layer of the seal and strengthening the seal are 2 different things. The key is what the power does after it is transmitted in that direction. That is the core of the problem. It's a pity that this useless fellow can't explain anything. The female dragon looked at Lando's corpse with pity. Of course, Brendel wasn't going to let this evil cultist leader live. After squeezing every last bit of value out of him, he had Mr. Liu take action. Of course, at least he gave Lando a quick death. For this evil cultist leader, that was the greatest mercy he could give. They're just Akentu's servants, that's all. Brendel looked at the corpses that littered the valley and could not help but sigh at the ignorance and superstition of these people. The Lord of Purgatory couldn't have told them too much. The fact that Lando knows so much is already a sign that he's being careful. Humph. The little female dragon was obviously very dissatisfied with the guy's cowardice, because it wasted a lot of their time. Teacher, what do we do next? At this time, Huang Hua also asked. The little princess of the Jade Phoenix bloodline was a little pale, and the scene in front of her had caused a great shock to her. Princess Magadal, on the other hand, was a little calmer. After all, she had already seen the way the cultists did things in Rushta. But as a believer in God, her face was still a little ugly. I believe that Flora and the others discovered this valley, Brendel thought for a moment and replied. But just like what we thought before, they probably did not investigate this place thoroughly. They probably thought that the living sacrifice ritual was just to create the soul fog in front of us. Akentu played a trick. He knew that his dragon allies did not know much about the sheephead cult, so he set up such a double-meaning trap. The mind fog was not only targeted at us, but also Flora and the rest. But why? Huang Hua was stunned. Teacher, aren't they allies? Allies can also have different demands. Brando frowned. He kept digging out his past understanding of the cultists and the demons from the depths of his memory, and had a faint answer in his heart. Especially when this kind of purpose conflicts with each other, with the selfish and cruel character of the demons, they can do anything. It's over. The little female dragon said in despair. So, weren't we too late from the beginning? Brando frowned. It was indeed a little tricky now. The key was that even if they reacted at the beginning, as long as Flora did not detect the conspiracy, the result would still be the same. The Lord of Purgatory, who was known as the most cunning demon, was indeed extraordinary in playing tricks. I hope it's not too late. He sighed. Otherwise, we may have a tough battle. The moment Flora entered the portal, she realized that they were still fooled. In other words, although Akentu did not deceive them on this point, that cunning guy concealed the most crucial information. The portal did not lead directly to the stagnation realm. That despicable guy obviously knew this early on, but did not remind them. What appeared in front of these dragons was an extremely strange world. This world was suspended in the void. The whole world was neither up nor down, nor left or right. It was as if it had no front or back, and there was no passage of time. There was only a monotonous gray in the world, but the clouds in the distance were rolling, and purple lightning constantly flashed from them. This world seemed to be extremely narrow, but also extremely vast. Because the world they observed through their vision was vast and boundless, and there was no edge. This kind of spiritual feeling and visual contradiction was enough to make them feel extremely uncomfortable, as if they existed in a completely fictitious and distorted time. The dragons were the most sensitive to magic, including Flora. They only took a moment to confirm that this was the world under the huge magic formation in the valley. This is Akentu's sealed world. Flora gritted her teeth and said word by word. This sealed world existed between the stagnation realm and the present world. To be precise, the Bugas used this magic formation to seal Akentu in the gap between the two worlds, in this fictitious world. The Silver Folk used this sealing magic formation as the last barrier outside the gate of the stagnation realm. Not only did they seal this terrible demon, but they also blocked all the covetous eyes on the stagnation realm. Akentu obviously knew this long ago. But he deliberately did not tell anyone. Akentu, Flora said in a dangerous voice. She was suspended in the middle of this world, and her low voice seemed to spread in all directions. You're playing with fire. Haha. The voice of the Purgatory Lord came from the void. Damn female lizard. Do you remember what I said? Without me, you can forget about going to the stagnation realm. He paused, then continued proudly. Do you think this world is as simple as you think? If that's the case, we wouldn't have stopped here back then. The Bugas are not idiots, especially in that era. They were not as down and out as they are today. I understand. Flora calmed down after hearing Akentu's long speech. I was wondering why you stopped in front of the magic formation and did those useless things when you inherited the bloodline of the descendant of the 9 phoenixes. She looked coldly at the void and said calmly, I see. Once the stagnation realm is opened, the moon's channel will be completely annihilated, and your third seal will be lost in the void. Do you understand now, stupid woman? Akentu sneered. My servant and I spent decades to find this place. Seeing the hope of seeing the light of day again, I naturally won't let your stupid actions make all these efforts go to waste. So the strange actions you did with the descendant of the 9 phoenixes was not to open the gate to the stagnation realm, but to find a way to break the seal. That's right. Akentu was a little annoyed. Originally, there was no conflict between the two. After my seal was undone, with the descendants of Xianxia in hand, opening the stagnation realm was a very simple matter. But you people are too inflexible and insist on killing me. I can only regretfully say that I will absolutely not tolerate this. But from what you've done before, it's not as simple as you think, Flofer calmly replied. Instead, you're risking Master's plan, and you're even willing to harm Master's interests to serve your own interests. Shut up! Akentu roared. For a moment, the entire void changed color. It was as if it was only in this world that it finally regained the demeanor of a demon lord. Don't always use my Master's name to suppress me. I want you to understand, damned lizards, that I am the Master's most outstanding and loyal servant. Even without you hindrances, I can still get things done. After a moment, the Lord of Purgatory seemed to be angered by the unchanging disdain on Flora's face. He furiously said, What, you don't believe me? You think I just wanted to ruin Master's plan on a whim? Ha! Akentu sneered. You will soon find out that my plan is foolproof. And your appearance in this place proves one point. You will soon see what kind of power a true demon king has. Chapter 1409. After the two parties left, the valley returned to silence from the brief clamor. But soon, the peace was once again broken by the newcomers. Brando was the first to step into the basin, followed by Delphian, Huanghua, and the rest. The little female dragon ran from the back to the front, while Magadal was at the back of the team, escorting the two sisters. This world woven by the lines of law was not covered by any vegetation, so Brando could see the structure of the basin between the hills at a glance. The whole world was dark, and the ground was like a transparent glass plate above the abyss. The silver lines of law formed the undulations of the surface. In the distance, it formed a dry river valley. Brando stopped. He first saw the huge crystal ball in the basin, and then a look of confusion appeared on his face. What's wrong? The Prime Minister's daughter followed behind him and noticed the slight change in Brando's emotions and asked. Brando shook his head. He felt that he had been here before. Maybe it was because he was too nervous these days, he thought. Ever since the trip to the elemental frontier, he rarely had the chance to relax. Alaz had already run down the mountain. She stopped not far away, raised her head and sniffed her small nose and then shouted, "Stinky human, Flora has been here before." Brando was not surprised by this answer. The group went down the basin, and Magadal looked around. In fact, there was nothing to see in this barren environment, but people would always be subconsciously vigilant in an unfamiliar environment. Huang Hua, Ling, and Lien clustered around her, making the nun princess look like a nanny of the monastery. This world reflects the barren and lifeless world. Mr. Brando, what kind of world is behind it, to reflect such a scene in the world of law? A completely dead world, Alaz replied as she looked back from afar. The stagnant realm is that dead world. It is even more lifeless than the legendary kingdom of the dead because it is a completely still world. After it was abandoned by the gods, this world's time has always been stagnant at that last moment. Speaking of which, the little female dragon replied, stroking her chin, it should be the war that created this scene, a war that has lasted since time immemorial, so tragic that it is beyond all of our imaginations. If Vaunt cannot escape this fate, it will eventually fall into the same world. Magadal frowned and bit her lip. I hope we can defeat the Twilight Dragon. Won't will not become like this. Alaz glanced at her. She did not tell her that Won's elemental boundary had collapsed. If it were not for Brando and the sages of the previous era, this world would not be far from such a scene. My teacher said that we cannot give up resisting. The way of the sword also told me that even in a desperate situation, we must stay true to our hearts. Huang Hua replied quietly. The descendants of the Jade Phoenix will not give up without a fight. We will resist until the last moment. Magadal thought of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Was the way of the Golden Flame not the same? The legacy left behind by the four sages was inherited by their descendants. There must be some outstanding people among them who would have the same understanding, right? She raised her head and looked at Brando, who was not far away. Ling and Lien did not speak. They only listened to the others quietly. Things about the Twilight Dragon were too far away from the world they were familiar with. Fortunately, the two sisters had always been calm in the face of danger, while Lien was intelligent and had already blended in with the others. Mr. Liu inspected the magic circle in the valley under Brando's guidance. The latter was a little surprised. There were many mages in the Nine Phoenix. As a member of the noble circle, he was naturally immersed in the knowledge of magic. The magic circle here is directly based on the laws of this place. This is the first time I have seen such a method. Could it be that the magic circle can rely on something other than a physical object? The magic circle itself is the embodiment of the laws. Brando was not surprised. Wond was the origin of modern magic, and the magic civilization was much more prosperous than the Nine Phoenix. Their theoretical knowledge was far ahead of the latter. In fact, Tumen invented a magic circle that does not rely on a physical object, which is his elemental pattern. However, it took a long time for this method to be passed down to the mortals. He paused and looked at the magic circle hidden in the entire valley. But the magic circle here is not the work of mortals. It is the masterpiece of the Bugas. This magic circle is only the core part of a huge magic circle, but it is also the most sophisticated. Alaz heard this from the front and could not help but turn around and look at Brando curiously. Hey, I remember you were only a third-rate elementalist. Stinky human, how did you see the structure of the magic circle here? What was a third-rate elementalist? He was only a part-time elementalist because he had no other choice. But this little female dragon's mouth was too vicious. Brando took a long time to react and replied snappily, "This is Lut's knowledge." Alaz looked left and right, only to find that the little fairy had disappeared. "Teske," she snorted softly and said with dissatisfaction, "I also saw the structure of this magic circle. This should be the magic circle that sealed Akentu. So that's how it is, it was sealed in the stagnation realm. No wonder it was in such a hurry to unlock the seal of the stagnation realm. It was to get out of there." Allah's face showed a troubled look again. "But if that's the case, isn't it troublesome? Should we enter the stagnation realm? Will that release that guy? Isn't that demon no match for Mr. Brando?" Lotus asked curiously. "Stinky human, you only killed one of Akentu's avatars. The strength of the sheep-headed demon itself was not bad. After all, it was a famous demon lord under the scorching river. It was one of the main commanders of the Twilight Dragon Legion at that time. Its true body, Alaz looked at everyone present and replied word by word, "None of us here are a match for it. It should be at least the strength of a demigod." "Then what should we do?" the nun princess asked nervously. "Don't worry." Brando waited for the little female dragon to finish speaking before he said, "Things may not be that bad. I think Akentu's sealed place may not be the stagnation realm. Stinky human, but this magic circle is obviously." Alaz raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "It has nothing to do with the magic circle. Have you forgotten Flora?" Hearing the name Flora, the little female dragon obediently shut her mouth, but she still stared fiercely at Brando with her big golden eyes, as if the latter did not give a reasonable explanation, she would jump up and bite him. Brando's heart skipped a beat as he was stared at by this fellow, and quickly replied, "The Twilight Dragon sent Flora and the others here. It may not be to unlock the seal for Akentu." In this regard, Brando still insisted on his opinion. Otherwise, there would be no need for Akentu to fight with Flora and the others. "I think we should stick to our previous deduction. The two sides must have different goals and interests." "Is Miss Flora really here for the stagnation realm?" Magadal asked. This time, it was the Prime Minister's daughter who answered in place of Brando. Although Delphian did not speak much along the way, this did not mean that she was indifferent, but her attention had been focused on the riddle of the emerald. In fact, she agreed with Brando's opinion. "My lord's opinion is most likely correct. If we can't think of other possibilities, without the support of logic, we should choose a more logical deduction," Delphian said. "If that's the case, Akentu's goal can't be to unlock the seal of the stagnation realm. Or at least, it's not just that. If the interests of both sides are the same, no matter how chaotic the demons are, they will not panic. What if they are just putting on a show for us? Is that necessary?" "All right," Alaz said dejectedly. She actually did not care about this problem, but she was afraid that if things went wrong, Flora and the others who might have fallen into Akentu's hands would be in even more danger. Although that was just one of Brando's deductions, the dragoness actually agreed with this deduction. Her worries were similar to Brando's. She did not want Akentu to become stronger because the seal was broken. But now, it was obvious that it was impossible not to take the risk. She sighed. "You've convinced me. What do we do next? Enter the stagnation realm directly?" "No, I don't support that," a sharp voice sounded. Everyone looked up and found that it was Lute who had flown back. The little fairy descended from the sky and landed on Lotus's shoulder. His face was bright red and it was obvious that he had flown quite a distance. Then the little fairy said to the others, "This magic circle is just as Mr. Brando had guessed. Its place of seal is not in the stagnation realm, or else the magic circle would not be on this moon's channel. I think the Bugas sealed Akentu in the plane between the stagnation realm and the moon's channel, and cleverly used this magic circle to form a door. The Lord of the Purgatory had been the gatekeeper of the Bugas for thousands of years." "I don't quite understand, Mr. Lute," Magadal asked. "Is there a gap between worlds?" Chapter 14:10. Of course, but the moon's channel is not actually a world. At best, it's just a half-bit wall with incomplete laws. Lute raised his head and looked around the world, then said, "This may have been part of the elemental territory of the stagnation realm before, but it was completely destroyed in the war, leaving only this incomplete fragment. The Bugas forged it into the scene we see now. This was done through powerful magic." At this point, Lute's face also showed a sad look, because he suddenly thought of Won's elemental territory. His hometown was the same at the moment, torn apart. His people, Miss Tata's people, were still wandering somewhere at this moment. He paused, then continued to answer, "The modern Bugas may not have such means. I suspect that there may be divine people who helped them complete such a great project. Of course, in that era everything was possible." Brando stopped the sprite from further explaining in theory, and only said, "The gap between the worlds has long been demonstrated by mages. In fact, it is part of the sea of magic. We call this part the ether plane and the astral plane. It is full of magic power more powerful than our world, and between the two worlds, such space is often closed, so what Lute said is possible." So, Lute nodded, very satisfied with Brando's interruption. To be honest, the sprites were professional elementalists and mages. Although his profession was a swordsman, he was far more talented in magic than mortals. For a professional mage, it was still quite difficult to explain something so simply, compared to a dabbler like Brando. I think we can choose a simpler way, which is to bypass the seal directly and enter the stagnation realm. Bypass the seal? Everyone was taken aback. Yes, there is an additional benefit to doing this. The moon's channel will complete its historical mission after the opening of the stagnation realm and disappear completely. In this way, Akenta's sealed place will fall into the gap between the void. Its sheephead followers may not be able to find the illusory sealed place even after 10,000 years. What's more, entering the void itself is a time-consuming and extremely dangerous thing. In other words, Princess Magadal said in surprise, it's equivalent to strengthening the seal on the Lord of Purgatory, right? Yes, that's great. Even Mr. Lu's face showed interest, and he said, in this way, isn't it killing two birds with one stone? No. The little female dragon shouted loudly, causing everyone to look at her in astonishment. Why, Miss Alaz? Magadal looked at the little female dragon strangely. What's wrong with this plan? You're saying that those mortals will bypass me and directly open the stagnation realm? Akenta's voice rumbled in the void like thunder rolling in the clouds. Its strength as a main demon was fully displayed in this sealed space. Even Fu Luofa and the other dragons couldn't stand steadily, let alone Feng Qi, who was in the crowd. His face was already pale, and he was sweating profusely. At this time, he felt that his consciousness had begun to waver. Although the little female dragon used a dragon spell to shield the seed of consciousness in his heart, that spell was only effective against Akentu's doppelganger, and against a Lord of Purgatory, this spell was not enough. Fortunately, Akentu did not care about such a useless mortal. Anyway, in its eyes, Feng Qi's life was just a matter of taking, and there was no need to waste any energy on such a worm. At this moment, it seemed to have heard the funniest thing and said contemptuously, no, they won't. That young leader, although extremely powerful, is a soft-hearted and indecisive guy. Akenta pointed at Feng Qi. With this guy here, they will never banish this sealed space into the void, or they will never see their companions again. When Feng Qi heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning, and his face became extremely ugly. If it was anyone else in the team, he believed that Brando might really not hesitate to open the seal and fight with Akentu. But he was different. He knew that although he was forced to join this adventure team, in fact, he did not reach an agreement with Huang Hua and that heroine. In the end, it was just that he was not as strong as them, and had to listen to Brando's orders. In such a situation, would Brando be willing to risk releasing a Lord of Purgatory to save him? Feng Qi felt that if he were in his shoes, he would not make such a stupid choice. Not to mention how risky this was. Just the reappearance of Akentu was bad news for Wonde. The more Feng Qi thought about it, the more he felt that the hope was slim. He could not help but look defeated, thinking that it was a complete failure for him to get involved in this mess. And now, he was going to pay the price for this failure. Humph. Fu Luofa was disdainful of Akenta's words. Mortals are often fickle. I think everyone knows which is more important for them to save their companions or release a Lord of Purgatory. Putting millions of people in danger in order to save one person, anyone with intelligence would not make such a judgment. In theory, that's true. Akentu was not nervous. But the other person with the right to speak in that team seems to be your companion, right? The Lord of Purgatory carefully observed Fu Luofa's expression. It seemed to want to see a mixture of shock, uneasiness, and regret from this dragon girl's face. Unfortunately, to its disappointment, Fu Luofa only frowned. That was my former companion, but unfortunately, he is not loyal to Master. Akenta somewhat appreciated this coldness. Perhaps, but I don't think that little girl thinks so. She knows that you are here, and I'm afraid she will not allow others to make such a judgment. In other words, you are also using us as a bargaining chip. Fu Luofa replied coldly. It's your honor. Fu Luofa did not want to talk nonsense with this guy. She faintly felt that this matter was not that simple, so she stopped talking and watched coldly from the side. On the other side, in the valley, Brando also shook his head at the same time. Alaz is right. Other than Miss Fu Luofa, Feng Qi is also among them. We can't do that. He glanced at Huang Hua, thought for a moment, and explained, Huang Hua, no matter what his previous faction was, he was accidentally captured in our team. We have a responsibility to any of our companions in this team. In the team of adventurers, we will not abandon any of our companions. I understand, teacher. Huang Hua nodded calmly. Although the Ghost Chariot and the Jade Phoenix were feuds, she did not care to add insult to injury at such a time. I have heard of similar vows in some mercenary groups in the north. Mr. Liu was a little surprised by Brando's words. I heard that this was an agreement between ancient mercenaries, but it has been invalid for a long time. I heard that this matter has something to do with the Sacred Covenant? Brando nodded. This was the agreement of the Grey Mercenaries. In fact, it was an oath born out of the Sacred Covenant. This oath was widely spread in the 10 cities, but in modern times, it had lost its effectiveness. Instead, in the game, this agreement became one of the rules that players abided by. It was also one of the cornerstones of the existence of player guilds in The Amber Sword. The first time he heard of this oath, it was his senior sister who personally told him about it. But he quickly skipped this topic. The current situation was similar to the worst-case scenario he had expected. He had guessed that such a thing might happen during the previous live sacrifice ceremony. The power that Akenta gained from the live sacrifice ceremony was obviously used on its own seal. But it was not to strengthen the seal, but to accumulate the power to break the seal. This power may not be enough for this huge seal, but if combined with the loosening of the seal outside, it would be enough. And it may be far more than that. The seal of the Buga should be closed in many directions. Whether it was the seal of the moon's channel leading to Akentu, or the seal leading to the moon's channel, leading to the stagnant realm, or vice versa, they were all completely closed. But Akentu should have used the power of the live sacrifice ceremony to open one of the one-way channels, the portal of the moon's channel leading to its sealed place, which was much simpler than breaking the seal itself. But in this case, they had to hold back. But for this, Brando had already made a judgment in his heart. We have to enter the stagnant realm. When he spoke, everyone quieted down at the same time. If we have to open Akentu's seal, we have to at least ensure the integrity of this magic circle. What do you mean, Brando? Let me explain. Lute understood what Brando meant and replied. This seal magic circle is closed in many directions. It closes the many exits of the ether plane where the sealed place is located from the magical structure. If we have to open this seal, we have to guide Akentu to break through the exit that at least wants to break through to reduce the loss. For example, what we need is a one-way exit into the stagnant realm, so we don't need to open the exit of the stagnant realm to the moon's channel or the green sea outside, and vice versa for the sealed place. I understand. At this time the others also understood. That is to say, let Akentu break through the seal in the direction of the stagnant realm. So even if it breaks through the seal, it will only reach the stagnant realm, and the connection between the stagnant realm sealed by this magic circle and the wound will not be opened. Lute nodded. Chapter 14:11. This was a good idea, and everyone agreed. But soon, they realized where the problem lay. Everyone, including Alaz, fell silent and looked at Brando. Although this would delay Akentu's arrival time in Wound, it would be a great risk for them. Because if that happened, they would most likely have to face a real demon lord in the stagnation realm. That was not something that Akentu's doppelganger could compare to. We have no choice, Brando replied. Even if Akentu reaches this side, with his personality, he will not let us go. And in terms of breaking the seal, he may conflict with the phallus, but Akentu is also under the command of the Twilight Dragon. Even if he breaks the seal from the Green Sea side, he will still find a way to enter the stagnation realm to cause trouble for us. Don't forget that Mr. Feng Qi is still in his hands. After the moon's channel disappears, it will not be difficult for him to enter the stagnation realm. So in comparison, the first choice is obviously much better, Mr. Liu nodded. Choose the lesser of two evils. Most of the people present did not understand the meaning of the sentence, but it meant that they understood Mr. Liu's meaning. Brando also waved his hand. Since the decision was made, then it was to be executed immediately. Unnecessary discussion was unnecessary now. Knowing that they were about to face a big battle, everyone present could not help but be more nervous. After all, it was not like the battle with the Void Reaver, The opponent was a demon lord. In terms of strength, it was close to the existence of a god. Modifying the seal itself was not complicated, especially with Phoenix Hua, a descendant of the 9 Phoenix bloodline in the team. Brando and the others were different from Akentu. They were not rejected by the magic circle, so it did not take long for Alaz and Magadal to make some basic changes to the core of the magic circle under Lute's guidance. Fortunately, Brando's request was only to open up a one-way tunnel to the stagnation realm. Otherwise, with their abilities, it would take more than a day or two to complete this massive project. After all, this huge sealing circle was the masterpiece of the Buga people in the era when the Silver Library of Babel Fortress had not been lost. Akentu and his followers spent decades of effort to dismantle the periphery of the circle little by little. Although its core was not as large as the 2 circles outside, it was not to be underestimated. The method of modifying it was not complicated for the descendants of the Xianxia, but the work was complicated and trivial. It took a full 4 hours for Alaz and the other 2 to complete the basic preparations. When the last step was completed, the 3 of them let out a long sigh of relief. The little female dragon frowned and complained, "If it's just a path to the stagnant realm, there's no need to go through so much trouble. It's all that damned sheep-headed guy's fault." Alaz's strange words that came out from time to time. Even the nun princess who worked with her could only smile helplessly. The terrifying demon lord in the eyes of ordinary people was like an irreconcilable enemy to this young lady. After getting Lute's approval, Brando finally brought Huang Hua to the crystal ball suspended in the center of the valley. He looked down at his student who he had not known for long. Even in such a situation, the latter was calm and steady enough. "Are you ready?" Brando asked. Huang Hua nodded. She wore the pair of 9 phoenix gloves on her hands, and the green jade sword had been sheathed and hung at her waist. At this time, the long sword had become a backup for her. After a series of battles, she had become more and more skilled in close combat techniques. Speaking of which, the little princess of the Jade Phoenix bloodline had been practicing swordsmanship for far longer than the time she had been learning under Brando, but the latter's talent seemed to be innate. Although such talent depended on herself, Huang Hua's gratitude to her teacher had not faded at all, because if it were not for Brando, she might not have been able to find a path that was truly suitable for her in her life. "Get ready." Huang Hua stretched out her right hand and reached for the crystal ball. As the crystal ball was suspended high, she even had to tiptoe to touch the surface of the crystal ball. Seeing this, Brando directly cast a levitation spell on her to make it easier for his student. After all, this movement might last for a few minutes. At the same time, the scene that Feng Qi had seen before reappeared again. The scene on the crystal ball emerged. But this time, the scale was far greater than before. Even the magic circle in the entire valley became bright and dazzling. "Now!" Brando shouted. It was as though the world in the void had fallen into silence ever since the argument a moment ago. However, Fu Luofa knew that this was only on the surface. The Lord of Purgatory was making various preparations and attempts to break the seal. She even believed that even if the humans outside didn't come, Akentu would still have a way to break the seal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially captured the 9 phoenixes. In fact, Fu Luofa's only goal was to enter the stagnation realm and complete her master's order. As for other matters, she was indifferent. Although Akentu's private actions made her a little annoyed, that was all. In comparison, she was actually more happy to see this purgatory lord succeed. However, she had a faint intuition in her heart that told her that things were not that simple. Of course, she naturally wouldn't warn Akentu. Moreover, Akentu might not listen to her. The dragons behind Fu Luofa all followed her lead and wouldn't easily speak. As for Feng Qi, he had fallen into a terrifying silence ever since the argument between Fu Luofa and Akentu. This genius of the ghost chariot clearly thought that he was going to die this time. He was reminiscing about the past and suddenly realized that being mediocre wasn't so bad. At least he wouldn't be courting death. While Feng Qi was enlightened, the burning dusk, Lord of Purgatory Akentu was silently waiting for something with an anxious attitude. He put down all the work at hand and didn't even pay attention to the captured human because he felt the magic circle loosen up. Everything was as he expected. This demon king couldn't help but want to laugh out loud and sing a song. But at this moment, the entire world in the void suddenly shook. Even Fu Luofa saw that the lightning between the rolling clouds in the void suddenly became denser. The entire world was reflected in a layer of dangerous purple-red light. This sudden change even pulled Feng Qi, who was in deep thought, back to reality. He raised his head and screamed, because he saw that the space not far from him was twisting. Tens of millions of purple spatial cracks and vortexes appeared in that narrow space. The scene of chaos was no less than the beginning of the world. These are the coordinates to the stagnation realm. Akenta's voice was reserved and proud. I've already expected your little scheme, rats. But now the positions of the hunter and the prey have been swapped. Several passages opened at the same time. Feng Qi looked at the vortex-like portal that appeared in the void. He had already seen the other side of the purple vortex, the desolate and lifeless world. The land that looked like it was covered in rust and darkness filled his vision on the other side of the portal. But at this moment, there was only shock left in his mind. Those people actually came in. They even did not hesitate to release a purgatory king to open the seal and save him. Although Brando's purpose was not as simple as saving him, at this moment, this genius of the Phantom Chariot lineage was filled with great gratitude for the first time. He could not help but blink, feeling as if sand had entered his eyes. Unfortunately, the violent dragons around Feng Qi did not care about the feelings of this genius of the Phantom Chariot. Under Fu Luofa's order, all of them threw themselves into those portals. The void world was on the verge of collapse. They only had a chance for a moment. When the last blue dragon threw itself into the portal, the tall dragon turned around and picked up Feng Qi like he was picking up a chicken. Then, he stepped into the vortex. Feng Qi only felt dizzy. When he woke up in the next moment, he found himself in midair. But this was not a normal midair. He did not know if he was tens of thousands of meters in the sky. Below him was an endless silver-gray ground that looked like a huge plain. The plain was riddled with holes and stretched to the end of the horizon, forming a straight skyline. In the distance were the clouds of this world. The clouds were about 1 or 2 kilometers below here, but it was not the snow-white cloud wall that he had seen in Nine Phoenix or Woned, nor was it the dark clouds on a rainy or cloudy day. It was a layer of cloudy clouds that looked like broken cotton. It seemed to have been torn apart by an invisible force as it floated lifelessly in the air. It extended from here to the end of one's field of vision, as if the entire sky was shrouded by this layer of clouds. When Feng Qi saw this world for the first time, he felt endless pressure, as if this was a dead world. But it was not the world of the dead described in the Pale Epic. Instead, the whole world had lost its vitality. It was as if he could only see the dark surface, but Feng Qi could feel that under the surface, it was also cold and silent. There was no flowing lava. It was at this time that the blue dragon that grabbed him suddenly retreated, and a lightning-like radiance flew past Feng Qi's face. This sword light was so familiar that the genius of the Phantom Chariot, who was originally dismissive of it, suddenly came to life. He looked in that direction with some excitement. Sure enough, he saw the young man from Erewhon. He recognized this sword technique. This was the flash strike sword technique, the legendary sword technique of the head of the 4 sages of Woned. Chapter 14:12. Compared to others, the stagnant realm in Brando's eyes was perhaps more real. The vast ground was a mixture of dark brown and mottled red, like a mottled river of pollution, but more of it was gray, the color of cement and metal. Brendel was certain that he was looking at a city of death. The roads that intertwined like a spider's web occupied his entire field of vision. This was a city that he was extremely familiar with, not only because it contained the characteristics of that era, but more importantly, a black tower stood in the middle of the city, and the entire city's road network was like the veins of a hedgehog's nest. He had seen this tower more than once. But in that dream, the black tower was far from as tall as what he saw now. It might be tens of thousands of feet high. Even from a few kilometers away in the air, he could still feel the oppressive pressure of the tower. The giant tower occupied about a quarter of the entire city. With it as a landmark, the field of vision was enough to extend for thousands of kilometers, but even the horizon was affected. It seemed to be narrowed under the contrast and could not accommodate the suffocating scenery. The entire sky and the ground floated with a gray color, like the waste dust of industrialization, or the silent wasteland after a nuclear war. Everything was killed, there was no movement, not even a trace of wind. Although when observed from outside the stagnant realm, some areas of this land may be engulfed in a perfect sandstorm unimaginable by humans. After Brando passed through the portal, His mind was completely attracted by the giant tower in front of him. He seemed to see every sentence of the dark prophecy flashing in the darkness. 16. The TOWER the lost moon took away the light. XX. JUD to the light lost. 17. They are the silver generation was lost on the earth, marching forward in the darkness and ignorance. 8. And the encounter of the emperor and the fool. 9. The HRID rusty clockwork was being reset. XXO the sword that changed fate. This was a world devoid of life. There was no sun, nor was there a magical moon. However, the entire world was not immersed in darkness. Instead, it reflected a pale gray color. But perhaps complete darkness was better, because darkness could hide the hideous scars. Like now, it gave the illusion of a lifeless corpse lying on a cold bed under the dull light. Brando felt that this was a world that had gone through a trial. Just like the trial described in the Book of Revelation, after the calamity, everything was gone. Whether it was heaven or hell, there was only dead silence left. This was not the world he knew. Instead, it was more like a world he was familiar with. But no, it wasn't the same. That world was not so big and vast. He raised his head, and his dark brown eyes could not reflect the arc of the planet on the horizon. Moreover, this huge tower. In his memory, there was absolutely no such giant tower. Brando had an unreal feeling in his heart. This lifeless city was like a symbolic memory, causing a deeper tremor in the depths of his heart. He actually felt that he had been here before. But there was no relevant memory in his heart at all. Brando suddenly panicked. He felt that the world was calling him. All its laws and powers were in harmony with him. The uncomfortable feeling of being out of place in Vaunt had disappeared. He thought it was the discomfort caused by the other half of his soul. But at this moment, he suddenly understood. He should belong here. He should belong to this stagnant world. What is going on? Brando could not help but groan in his heart. What is this place? He closed his eyes. He seemed to see something. It was a blue metal nameplate. The surface was slightly bent. The edges and the oxidized paint were full of red rust. On the nameplate, there were convex letters inscribed. Umsotsrubdeslemes 00432408 under art 433, W, D. 1044. Stem B. 25th. Then these words twisted in front of him and converged into a new noun. Stagnant realm. Silver plains. Teacher. Suddenly, Brando heard someone calling him from the horizon. It seemed to be a familiar voice. Yes, it was Huang Hua, his genius student. Brando finally woke up. All the illusions in front of him disappeared. He saw that Huang Hua and Alaz were fighting with some people. Those people were Fu Luofa's subordinates. He saw Miss Silver Dragon. Her conspicuous black hair was flying in the air. He saw Feng Qi. He was being carried by a tall blue dragon. When he saw this, Brando completely recovered. The holy sword Odorfice appeared in his hand. However, the blue dragon reacted quickly and dodged his flash strike sword art. But it didn't matter. It was just Brando's afterimage that attacked. His body had already moved in another direction. The curved and deformed blade in his hand pointed straight at the blue dragon. The other party cursed angrily. Once again, it brushed past Brando's sword. But it did not dare to be careless anymore. It immediately flew back and muttered something in its mouth, intending to cast a string magic. Brando saw an arc of light appear in front of it. It was probably a shield-type spell. But he did not make another move. The blue dragon raised its head strangely. It heard the captive in its hand roar at it contemptuously in Draconic. "You're dead, idiot!" Then, it was shocked to see that its chest was torn open. In the last sight of the blue dragon, it clearly saw its intact shield spell. It was like a silent taunt, mercilessly mocking its stupidity. Not far away, Fu Luofa watched her companion's head separated from its body. But she only looked at the human captive indifferently for a moment. It was useless. After thinking about this, Fu Luofa turned around and flew down to the city below. Her companions were at a loss. But obviously, Miss Silver Dragon was their leader. After hesitating for a moment, the rest of the dragons could only leave unwillingly. Feng Qi gasped for air. Brando's swordsmanship had been shown to him more than once. When the former taught Huang Hua fighting skills, he often overestimated himself and wanted to challenge him. Then, the former's terrifying swordsmanship would be reflected on him. He could not resist at all. This was the conclusion that Feng Qi came to after being beaten so many times. After that, he no longer considered himself a genius. The mistake made by the Blue Dragon was just a repeat of the scene in his second battle. The so-called Golden Clan did not handle it much better than him. In fact, in that battle, this was not the most fatal mistake for him. However, the giant reptile was killed before it could even react. Feng Qi finally regained some of his dignity as a genius from these enemies. He once thought that Brando's swordsmanship was the most aesthetic and the most despicable swordsmanship in the world. But now, he found that he began to appreciate it. Did you see that the big reptile's dumbfounded expression at the end? It was like a complete idiot. Feng Qi resisted the urge to say those words to Brendel, who had come to receive him. Because at the last moment, he suddenly thought that he might be the same at that time. This was simply too humiliating. This genius of ghost chariot suddenly felt his face was a little hot. For the first time, he felt that he was a teenager in the late stage of Chunibu, and Brando was more like a mature and steady adult in front of him. Thank you. Brando looked at this guy with some surprise, wondering if he had taken the wrong medicine. But when he saw Feng Qi looking at him with some gratitude, he was sure that this guy must have been scared out of his wits. After the dragons left the battlefield, Phoenix Flame and Alaz also returned to Brando's side. The little female dragon chased after Flora for some distance, but could not catch up. The silver dragon was second only to the blue dragon in terms of speed. The latter was known as the Sky Dragon. It was said that part of its bloodline was of the wind elemental race, and was a distant relative of the wind dragon of the Mountain of Stopped Storms. In terms of flying skills, no one could beat it. Alaz had now returned to her dragon form. It was the first time Brando saw her graceful dragon form. Whether by human or dragon standards, she was a beautiful dragon. However, the little female dragon seemed to be a little angry. She did not allow Brando to look at her, and threatened that if Brando dared to look at her more than twice, she would gouge out his eyeballs and feed them to the pigs. The little female dragon's fierce look was quite intimidating, although Brendel didn't understand why he couldn't see it. Besides, the sisters Ling and Lien were sitting on her back, and they had already seen everything that should be seen. Alaz also did not allow Delphian to sit on her back, so now the Prime Minister's daughter was sitting on Magadal's strange diamond-shaped metal object. When it was not moving, it was very stable. Teacher. Ever since Alaz reverted to her dragon form, she had become incoherent and could not say anything useful. So Phoenix took over her task of reporting to the battlefield. Miss Farofa and the others seemed to be heading towards the tower below. Should we go after them? Chapter 14:13. Everyone turned their attention to the city below. Brando could clearly see the outline of the city, but in the eyes of the others, this strange ruin did not necessarily look like a city, because it was too different from the city that most of them knew. It had neither walls nor moats. It did not even have any defensive facilities or clear borders. What's more, its scale was too huge. It was so huge that it exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination. Especially in Princess Magadal's eyes, it looked more like a grand temple, or perhaps the kingdom of the gods, the legendary pantheon. When everyone was silent, Mr. Liu added, Akenta doesn't seem to have appeared either. Oh right, Feng Qi seemed to have remembered something. The demon seal has been lifted. You have to be careful. Its power at its peak is not to be underestimated. It doesn't seem like it wants to let us go so easily. Although everyone had already expected this, but now that it was confirmed, they could not help but be speechless. But why didn't the Demon Lord stop us here? Lotus had some doubts. It knew that we would definitely appear here, didn't it? This means that dealing with us may only be its secondary goal. Brando silently glanced at the city below. Its goal may be the same as Miss Furofa's, or it may think that we can't escape. After all, it has just lifted the seal and needs some time to familiarize with its restored power. Maybe it's both, Alaz said in a childish voice. It seemed that after turning into a dragon, her voice had become even more childish, even though she had already undergone the rite of adulthood. Demons are a bunch of arrogant fellows. That's the only fact that we don't hate these fellows who reek of sulfur. It's normal for them to have some presumptuous thoughts sometimes. Brando thought that it was no wonder that the dragons would think this way, because in the eyes of mortals, dragons were also a bunch of arrogant fellows. It was said that during the era of the Four Sages, they reduced the number of times they appeared in the human world, because they did not want to bow down to humans. Alaz obviously did not know that this stinking human was secretly criticizing her in his mind. She looked at Brando with her golden eyes and said, "So, hurry up and make a decision, or Farofa and the others will be far away." Brando nodded and said, "Let's go down too." Is the answer to the mystery below? Lotus laid on the back of the golden dragon and stared at the huge city, a faint fear of the unknown in her heart. "Probably," replied her sister, as if she were not much interested in the subject. "I can feel the call of the heart of the Jade Phoenix." Phoenix took a deep breath. "I can feel it, it's below." She turned back and looked at Feng Qi. "Yes, I can feel it too," Feng Qi said after a moment of silence. "It should be our inheritance and the inheritance of the White Raven Sword Arte." To his surprise, the anti-air system was still working. Even in this dead world, the city's defensive system seemed to be working in an orderly manner. However, the only thing that was still in operation was the no-fly domain. That was a very ancient way of setting up magic, even older than the runic magic of the witches. Needless to say, it was completely incompatible with the structure of modern magic. The biggest difference between ancient magic and modern magic was the way in which dark magic was used. Brando could clearly feel that the laws of this place strictly followed some kind of law, enslaving the dark magic in a way that he had never heard of before, and forming such a large-scale anti-air zone. This scale of anti-air zone was almost impossible to exist in Won's era. Only miraculous ancient magic could reproduce this. However, it wasn't flawless. The tighter the law's control over the dark magic, the greater the feedback from the void. Brando could not imagine how powerful the chaos and dusk, as well as the monsters in the wild, were in that era. It was no wonder that in the description of the ancient era, the war between the gods and the dusk was so destructive. And there was a big problem with ancient magic, which was that it was too crude. The dark magic was almost unfiltered and absorbed by the law of Tiamat, causing many magic users to go crazy and even fall into darkness. He knew that the ancestors of the Xenia were cursed because of using ancient magic, and the witches were another example. It was not until after the Fourth War that the law of Tiamat changed, and the Bugas invented a new magic system. Then, Tumen further improved on this system, so that the law could be used by mortals, and formed a more advanced and sophisticated modern magic system. Walking in this dusty and dead city, silently feeling the magic in the orbit of the law in a way that he had never experienced before, Brando could not help but have an illusion. It was as if history and the present time were intersecting at this moment, and the stagnant time had been given a new meaning. He looked back at the others, but was disappointed to find that no one else seemed to have the same feeling as him. "This is ancient magic." Alaz was a little surprised. "There is a complete ancient magic preserved here. If that's the case, this place is really a treasure trove. Many of the knowledge and theories of ancient magic have been lost in our world for a long time. If they can be rediscovered, it will lead to a huge improvement in the modern magic system." That's not all. The nun princess seemed to be familiar with this as well. Ancient magic contains a lot of knowledge from that era. Most of this knowledge has been lost since long ago. Although it may not be completely applicable to us, it can be used to answer many questions that we don't understand now. Chapter 14:14. Princess Magadal, Huang Hua, Feng Qi, and even the Prime Minister's daughter looked strange in the eyes of the natives of Wonde. The buildings were simple, but they often had complex geometrical shapes, and the surface material was either metal, crystal, or glass. Most of the metal pillars and frames were scorched black and showed signs of melting. Glass and crystals were scattered all over the ground, and the roads in the city were covered in dust, forming a gray world. It was as if the gray sword Saint Mephistopheles had unfolded. But if the buildings were extravagant, they were simple. They did not have the complex and varied lines of the human religious buildings, nor did they have pointed vaults or complicated decorations. They did not have the elves' hollow courtyards, complicated arched windows, pavilions, and gardens. They also did not have the dazzling pillars, stone statues, and carvings of the dwarves. These buildings were simply geometrical shapes and varied planes, simple and powerful, but not lacking in imagination. Everyone was stunned, as if they had come to a different world. They did not even notice that their leader seemed to be very familiar with this place. Princess Magadal was studying the ground. The ground was also paved with metal. She gently rubbed it with her finger, and the dull light on the metal became brighter. "Mithril!" she exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This discovery caused a stir among the others, because the entire street, or more accurately, most of the buildings in the city, were paved with the same metal. A city built with mithril. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, and of course, there were a few who had a fanatical look in their eyes. Among them were Ling and the little female dragon Alaz. The elder half-elf sister seemed to have come alive at this time. She whispered to her sister, "Is this really mithril, the kind of metal that is very valuable?" "Sister," Lotus was a little embarrassed by her sister's greedy behavior. "Everyone is watching. Besides, with so much mithril, if we bring it back to our world, it will cause the price of mithril to fluctuate. It may not be as valuable as we think." "What do you know?" the former snorted. "Without money, how are we going to return to Erewhon and continue to look for Mother? There is so much mithril here, it won't matter if we take some. As for the price fluctuations, it doesn't matter, we just have to get rid of them before that happens." Brando heard the conversation between the two sisters. It was not that he wanted to eavesdrop, but the two sisters' voices were too loud. He could not help but be surprised by Ling's professional vocabulary. It seemed like this was not the first time the little girl had done such a thing. But when he turned back to look at the latter, the little girl immediately shut her mouth and showed an indifferent expression. But compared to the reserved sisters, Alaz was apparently in a state of fanaticism. "So much!" Brendel heard her gasp in surprise. She quickly ran to the side and used her teeth to bite the metal pillar. From what he could see, it was a lamp post. "This is not mithril!" the little female dragon screamed. "This is not mithril at all." As a wealth collector, the appraisal of the dragon race, especially the female dragon, caused a commotion. "How can it be?" Princess Magadal was not surprised. Such a light metal, so hard, and with such good magic conductivity and luminosity, this is obviously mithril. "This is not mithril," Alaz was so sad that she was about to cry. "Mithril is sweet, this thing doesn't taste right." Brendel, who was observing a building in the distance, almost vomited blood when he heard the little female dragon's words. He thought to himself that this was how the dragon race appraised metals. He could totally imagine that for the dragon race, the higher the value of the metal, the more delicious it would be. So gold was probably chocolate-flavored. But he had already recognized the identity of this metal. It was titanium alloy. The whole city used a large number of titanium alloy structures, including the paving of the ground. It was obviously not as simple as a city. Brando had a vague feeling that this thing was more like a fortress. It was too advanced. It was far beyond what he knew of that era. He looked up and stared at the gray sky, but it was as if he saw the bright stars of Wonde on a summer night in the mountains of Buchi. That night, he stared at the boundless night sky in the same way and asked himself, "What is this? Why did he come to this place? Was it a mission given to him by the unseen world? That made him want to save the country of Erewhon?" And at this moment, the answer to this question seemed to be extended to multiple meanings. He had a vague feeling that everything he had been searching for might be answered in this city. He could not help but think, maybe it was not a coincidence that he came here, but a choice in the unseen world. But the question was, who chose him? While Brando was silent, Princess Magadal was obviously interested in the various symbols that appeared on the ground. As a representative public figure of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, she had been to many states under Cruz's rule, including Erewhon, and even the small cities in Silver Bay. There was no street in any place that was so novel to her. There were all kinds of symbols drawn on the streets. What was the purpose of them? Were they religious symbols? Or was it just an artistic painting? But she saw many repetitive patterns, which made her doubt her judgment. The princess looked up and saw Brando walking through a street with ease. She could not help but ask, "Mr. Brando, what is the purpose of these symbols?" Brendel was thinking about his own problem when he heard Magadal's question. He turned around to look at the direction she was pointing at and answered subconsciously, "That's the right-hand lane." What about this? Zebra crossing. Zebra crossing? Brando suddenly reacted. Probably. I just said it casually. Mr. Brando? I'm sorry, I just felt that the atmosphere was too tense and wanted to make a joke. Faced with Princess Magadel's questioning look, Brando could not help but laugh. It was as if coming to this place, the other half of his soul began to come alive. He was also caught off guard when something like that happened. Princess Magadel was stunned. Although she felt that Brando's words were suspicious, she could not find any fault with it. She could not help but think that maybe she was thinking too much. Indeed, the atmosphere here was oppressive, and she could not help but feel suspicious. It was not easy to avoid the nun princess's questioning. Brando finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when he turned back, he saw Alaz, who had returned to her human form, looking at him with a treacherous look. Humph. What? This is the fortress of the Silver Plains. It is said to be the birthplace of the ruined dwarves. All knowledge about this place is a secret. Even the dragons and bugas have lost information about it. How did you know about it, stinky human? The little female dragon was still holding half of the lamp post in her hand, and said with a proud tone, "Did you find it in some mage's pile of papers?" I said, it was just a casual remark. Brando replied in a huff, "What are you doing with that lamp post? Are you planning to use it as a weapon?" "This is a lamp post?" The little female dragon looked at him ambiguously. "I see, I just wanted to take it back to the dragons to see if it was valuable. Its physical properties are similar to mithril, and it also has a good magic conductivity. In theory, it should not be a simple metal. I just thought it looked like it." Hee hee. Unnecessary explanation. Stinky human. Shut up. Brando and Alaz continued to pester each other. Fortunately, the little female dragon did not seem to intend to continue on this topic, and was just proud of her own judgment. Not long after, Huang Hua and Feng Qi found the traces left behind by Fu Luofa and the others. It was a tall building, much taller and more majestic than any human building in Wonde. In fact, before seeing such a city, it was hard for others to believe that there was a place in the world where buildings could be built so tall and straight. Of course, some of them may have seen the World Tree of Valhalla, and the towering fortress was still fresh in their minds. However, compared to the mountain-like tower in the center of the city, the World Tree of Valhalla was nothing. And on the building discovered by Huang Hua, Brando saw the corpse of a giant dragon. The latter was in the form of a dragon crawling on the top of the building, with a huge spear on its back. The spear nailed it to the glass and titanium alloy structure of the building. Its head was tilted to one side, and it was obvious that it had been dead for a long time. "This spear," Magadel stared at the dark red spear and said solemnly, "This is the lava spear, the weapon of a high-grade demon. This is the first time I've seen it in real life. Strange, why would they fight with us?" "Don't underestimate the madness of a demon," Alaz replied, gritting her teeth. "It must be trying to take the spoils of war for itself, or to please the Twilight Dragon. Damn it, Fu Luofa is in danger." As she said that, she wanted to chase in that direction. But before she could do so, Brando pressed on her shoulder. "Wait, something's not right here." Brando looked around solemnly and warned in a low voice. Just as his voice trailed off, the quiet street was filled with a rustling sound, as if countless insects were crawling on the ground, surrounding them from all directions. Chapter 14-15. On the dark and deep street, the sudden sound of metal scraping on the ground made one's scalp tingle, especially when the sound was like dense raindrops hitting one's eardrums. Lotus suddenly screamed, "Look, what is that?" Brendel looked back and saw the girl with a pair of oversized glasses covering her mouth, pointing to a spot not far away with a horrified expression. There was a collapsed building in that direction. The huge metal structure was blown apart from the inside, and the metal wreckage and glass shards piled up like a mountain, covering a crossroad. The ruins were covered with dust, as if it had been buried in the long river of history. At this moment, countless beetle-like creatures were pouring out from the ruins, like a black stream, rushing towards them. These beetles were about the size of a football, and looked like Coleoptera beetles. Their keratinized wings were covered with dark red veins, and a pair of compound eyes flashed with a dim red light in the dark. But the most eye-catching thing was their huge mouthparts, which were more than a foot long, like a pair of sharp blades. When they were discovered, hundreds of thousands of beetles spread their wings, and a sharp whistle sounded as if the air was ignited. A black wall suddenly rose up in front of everyone's eyes, and a black storm rained down on them. Beetle larvae! Alaz screamed. Brando stepped out from the crowd, and pointed the tip of his sword in the direction of the beetles. The tip of the sword shone with a dazzling light, and a layer of translucent hexagonal network fell from the sky. The beetles immediately hit the network like raindrops, and fell to the ground. He looked back and shouted to everyone with a serious face, "Run!" Everyone looked around, and found that the disgusting creatures were everywhere, and their numbers were uncountable. The squeaking sound was the sound of the beetles crawling on the metal ground. "We are surrounded, Mr. Brando," Princess Magadal shouted anxiously. Brando took a deep breath, and felt guilty for his negligence. The city attracted too much of his attention, and he did not notice the threat close at hand. However, these horseshoe mites were not simply hiding. Otherwise, his darkness perception would have warned him long ago. He closed his eyes. Everyone heard a soft buzzing sound, and a layer of black ripples swept out in all directions with Brendel as the center. It was as if there was a visible airflow that made everyone's robes flutter. When Phoenix Fire turned around, her emerald eyes reflected the scene of thousands of locusts being swept away by the black ripples. The swarm of locusts formed a white ripple, and from afar, this ripple was spreading at a speed faster than the speed of sound from the front to the back of the swarm. Phoenix saw this scene, and her eyes were filled with horror. She murmured, "Calm ancient well, the realm of oneness of heaven and man. This is the materialization of the power of the soul. Teacher." She turned around and saw that Feng Qi was looking in that direction with admiration. The latter noticed her gaze and turned back, his dark eyes shining. "This is what I'm after. The ultimate power." "Me too." Phoenix clenched her fists. Brendel used darkness perception and Heaven's Eyes power to scan dozens of streets in an instant. Everything within a few kilometers seemed to be under his observation, and he saw everything. Then he understood the source of these horseshoe mites. The beetles did not appear out of thin air. Brando tilted his head. "Alaz, do you see the building over there?" His eyes fell on the building where the brimstone spear was. "I see it. Can you find a way to open a passage?" The little female dragon looked at the swarm and frowned. "Tisk, it's a little difficult. Miss Magadal, is it okay for you to do it?" "Me?" Magadal asked nervously. "Yes, you can try." "Then." "Okay, I'll try, Mr. Brando." Magadal sighed softly and stepped forward. She looked up. Although her face was still pale due to her nervousness, she looked at the beetles with a calm gaze. She held the Book of Gaia in her left hand and placed it across her right palm. The magic in the air became active, and dozens of beetles let out a sharp cry. They spread their wings and flew towards them like cannonballs. "Alaz, cover Miss Magadal." "I know." The little female dragon's eyes shone brightly. It was these damned insects that caused her and Flora to be separated. Now, she wanted them to pay a little compensation. She looked up, and gently opened her hands to the side. She took a deep breath, and even her small chest seemed to swell. Aluo opened her mouth wide, revealing her white fangs. Finally, she sneered at the bugs in front of her from the corner of her eye. It was as if she was looking at a pile of corpses. What followed was a roar from the vast expanse. Roar. The dragon's roar swept across, and the harsh sound waves caused the lines of law in her field of vision to vibrate at a frequency visible to the naked eye. Silver lines spread out in all directions, and as they vibrated, they formed sharp peaks and valleys. Wherever they passed, the wind howled, and sparks flew from the metal floor. The fire borrowed the strength of the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of fire, engulfing the beetles that flew towards them. Alaz opened her mouth wide, and an endless roar burst out from her small chest, forming a storm in the blink of an eye. The horseshoe beetles lowered their bodies under this terrible power, hooking their 6 legs tightly to the ground, as if the slightest mistake would blow them away. At this time, Magadal's right palm drew a 120-degree arc in the air, and finally landed gently in front of her. It was a blade. Countless silver lines flashed in the air. With a loud bang, half of the street seemed to have been sunk by this blade. The streets on both sides collapsed towards the center, and the low, deep sound of metal breaking echoed in the air. Thousands of locusts were reduced to ashes by this attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Although Magadal had shown greater power on the previous battlefield, but in the smoke-filled battlefield, it was not as direct as this scene. Andrea had claimed more than once that Magadal was the 13th daughter of Gaia, a real titan. And at this moment, they finally believed that this elegant and cultured princess was a descendant of the titans. This power. Lotus could not help but widen her eyes and gasped. Miss Magadal is also so powerful. That is not Miss Magadal's power. Phoenix Flame shook her head gently, and looked up at the city with some respect. This is the power of Tiamat. The little female dragon finally stopped roaring. She replied excitedly, this is the battle style of the divine people. After tens of thousands of years, there is finally someone who can fully display the power of Lady Martha again. Although it's not complete, it already has the grandeur of the past. I've finally seen it. This is a power that even Lady Owenlos and the previous king have never seen before. It's the network of the divine people. Network. Legend has it that with the help of Lady Martha, the divine people weaved a large net in this world. Everything comes from this original network. That is the first generation of the net of law. That is the source of the divine people's power. In this network, anyone can become a god. They are omnipotent. But they still can't defeat the Twilight Dragon, right? Lotus looked up at the dragon girl who was only half a head taller than her. Yes, but can we defeat the Twilight Dragon? Alaz could not help but look confused. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Brendel, who was not far away. Brando pointed at the building not far away and shouted to everyone, leave this place immediately, go inside, quick, now, save time. Where did these beetles come from? The little fairy Lute flew to Brendel's side during the evacuation and asked. They were brought in from the outside. I just saw a few craters, and they all came from the nearby tunnels. Obviously, there were eggs that fell into those places. Brando pointed to the sky. They came from there. Who brought them, Akentu? It is possible, but it is more likely that they were originally sealed together with Akentu, and when the seal was broken, they came to this world. How is that possible? Lute shouted in surprise. There is such a possibility, if these insects were together with the demons, and were an advance army. When they tried to invade the stagnation realm, they were ambushed by the ancestors of the Bugas, and as a result, were forever sealed outside the stagnation realm, until today, when they saw the light of day again. Brando maintained the wall of law behind him, while looking at the possible threats on both sides of the street. Magadal's attack just now almost eliminated all the threats in this direction. In that case, why didn't the ancestors of the Bugas kill them in one fell swoop? Why did they make such a troublesome and dangerous thing like sealing them? Lute was puzzled. Could it be that they didn't foresee the situation today? Of course they could foresee it, but what if they had to do it? For example, it was beyond their ability, or at that time the ancestors of the Bugas did not have enough time to complete all of this. Chapter 14:16. No time. At the most crucial moment of the war, they don't have the time to stay here, Brando replied in a low voice as the pieces of the puzzle in his mind became clearer and more complete. Perhaps there is another more important battle that they need to participate in. That is. Brendel shook his head and did not say anything. He still lacked some crucial evidence in his mind, and before that, he did not want to discuss too many guesses. That would only lead to subjective misunderstandings of his and the other's judgment. At this time, the two of them passed by the nun princess who was panting slightly. Brando could not help but encourage her. Well done, Miss Magadal. You have saved all of us once. Magadal was at a loss as she tidied up her skirt. Her hands were still trembling slightly as the continuous battles had taken a toll on her. However, her pale face could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Really? Of course. Alaz proudly gave her a thumbs up. The nun princess was finally relieved as she placed her hand on her chest and quietly let out a sigh of relief. The group followed the path that Magadal had opened up, and it did not take long for them to pass through the broken and smoke-filled streets and enter the building. The swarm of insects quickly followed, but the nun princess used the Book of Gaia to raise the street level and blocked the entrance. temporarily blocking the insects from entering. The surroundings darkened, and even the rustling sounds outside became soft. The group felt that they had walked into an empty and dark hall. The entire space was silent in the darkness. Brando chanted. Flame. A ball of flame rose from his hand, and the flickering light reflected a spacious, empty and dusty world. Not far away was a platform, and on the dusty metal surface was a huge crystal plate with complicated lines and patterns. Brando raised the ball of flame in his hand and lit up every corner of the crystal plate. He looked up and carefully observed the complicated lines and patterns on the plate. What is this? Alas asked. A map. A map. It's about the map of this area, Brando replied. I think I understand why Flora and Akenta came here. You can understand it? The little female dragon looked at Brando in surprise. Brando shook his head. There were 2 ancient characters on it. He had never seen them before, but he seemed to be able to recognize their meaning at a glance. This was a classic case of self-awakening. Such a phenomenon would only occur when a bloodline was passed down, such as the giant dragons. Mortals had to acquire knowledge through learning. However, Brando's family history wasn't complicated. Although his grandfather was powerful, he was still a pure Erewhon. His grandmother's background was similar to his mother's. Both of them were nobles of Kaliga. His father was also of Highlander blood, and so was he. His grandfather had a few brothers and sisters, but there were no abnormalities in their descendants. His father had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, if the bloodline inheritance could not be purified, it would disappear within a few generations. Therefore, there was no point in investigating the history of the family for a longer period of time. Another possibility was that he had lost a certain memory. In that lost memory, he might have come to this place and systematically learned these 2 languages. But this was unlikely. The time didn't match. Brando's identity was only 22 years old today. This is a layout map of magic transmission, he replied. The black tower we saw outside is the center of this city. It controls the magic of the entire city and transmits magic to all parts of the city through relay stations. This is one of the relay stations. So Akentu must want to get a map of this area from here. What is it looking for? A laboratory. Brando's gaze fell on the upper right corner of the crystal plate, where 3 letters were marked R, T, U. There were obvious traces of dust being wiped away. When Magadal saw the letters, her body shook visibly. Delphian quickly supported her. Is that where Miss Magadal was born? The others had obviously heard about the history of the 13 Titans from Andrea. Phoenixwa glanced at the crystal plate and asked. What? Sister Magadal was born in this place. But this was the first time Lotus knew of this secret. She couldn't help but widen her eyes behind her thick glasses. Then she's not a resident here? That was a story from a long time ago, little one, Fengqi replied. That lady is not as simple as she seems. The 2 little girls remembered the power that the nun princess displayed and couldn't help but look at her in awe. They obediently kept quiet. The devils are looking for the secret of the creators? Alas asked in surprise. The creators used the planeswalker system to create substitutes. Perhaps the Twilight Dragon wanted to find the source of the planeswalker's power. The Twilight Dragon claimed that it wanted to completely grasp the secrets of our world. Since Wond was created for the divine people, the power of the planeswalkers might be the source of this world, Brando replied. I'm afraid that may not be the case, my lord. Delphine, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. I remember Andrea saying that the demons have invaded the Silver Plains more than once. In several wars, the Silver Plains was even torn apart because of this. The 12 Titans died one after another, and Princess Magadal, the last creator, was also left behind in Vaunt. During this process, the minions of the Twilight Dragon had plenty of opportunities to get close to the creators. Moreover, in the Moon's channel, Akenta should have recognized Miss Magadal's identity. But after it escaped, it didn't attack us immediately. Instead, it went to Miss Flofa and the others. What does this mean? It means that Akenta didn't care about the creators, even if Magadal was the 13th creator. His goal was the 17th laboratory itself, or the secret that still exists in the laboratory. Brando looked at the scratches on the crystal plate and revealed a look of understanding. and the landing point of the nightmare worm eggs was nearby, which means that Akenta's landing point wasn't too far away. Since it clashed with the dragons here, it means that Miss Flofa and the others weren't slow. This means that Akentu and the dragons came here one after another. Obviously, they are more familiar with this place than we are, and they know where their destination is. From this point of view, we are far behind them. We still have no clue what we are looking for.
Then what should we do? Alaz asked.
Should we stop them? Of course we have to stop them. If the secret that the Twilight Dragon is so eager to find is related to the survival of our world, Magadol replied firmly. Otherwise, even if Mr. Brando finds the Orb of Nature, what's the point? The others were silent for a moment. They had to agree that this opinion was hard to ignore. But those worms have already surrounded this place, not to mention that they left before us, Phoenixwa asked. Can we still make it in time?
Yes.
Brendel's answer was resolute and decisive. The others couldn't help but look at him curiously, not understanding where Brando's confidence came from. Brendel replied faintly, "That's right. Akenta may know very well where his destination is and how he should get there. But it will never understand what the legacy of civilization is." Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Brando silently came to the side of the crystal plate. He gently rubbed the center of the plate with his hand and drew a small mark there. Underground Transmission Tunnel. Number 14 Magic Relay Center Transmission Station. With a loud bang, the alloy door that was half a meter thick was smashed open by the huge impact and twisted into a ball. 3 panicked figures entered the door one after another and arrived at the underground space behind the door. One of them couldn't help but kneel on the ground after 2 steps and coughed heavily. She turned around with a pale face. She pressed one hand on her chest, and golden blood kept oozing out from between her fingers. Drops of blood dripped onto the ground and shone in the darkness, forming a pearl-like trail of light. She was also injured, but she still didn't say a word. She only looked at her companions with a cold face. The silver dragon shook its head weakly, indicating that it couldn't walk anymore and that they should leave quickly. She frowned and was about to speak, but at this moment, her expression suddenly changed and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. A huge claw appeared on the alloy door. The claw tore the door left and right like a piece of paper, tearing the door to shreds. The alloy door let out a low whimper and completely split into 2. Then, it was casually thrown aside like trash and fell heavily on the ground. Behind the giant door, the figure of a tall demon appeared. Akentu arrogantly looked at the 3 remaining dragons and slowly walked into the underground space.
Not running anymore?
It opened its mouth and sneered, revealing its white fangs.
Akentu!
Despair flashed in Furofa's eyes. She let out an angry roar and rushed toward the Lord of Purgatory. Chapter 14:17. Akenta's eyes showed a look of indifference. It pointed at Fu Luofa with its right index finger. Fu Luofa suddenly let out a cry and fell from the air. She fell heavily on the ground and could no longer get up. Akenta then pointed at the remaining dragon. The dragon screamed and flew backward, hitting a metal pillar not far away. Akenta looked down at the 3 defeated soldiers with a sneer on its face.
Akentu! Fu Luofa lay on the ground with her face covered in blood.
She gently breathed, but her expression did not change. Only her voice was as cold as ice. "You have killed many of my companions. Do you really want to fight to the death with us, even at the expense of affecting Master's plan? Don't forget that we have a common enemy. They have also entered this world." Akenta raised its head and its horns high, looking a little arrogant. In its view, this cat-and-mouse game was just revenge for the damn reptiles' disrespect to it at the beginning. It felt that it was necessary to let these reptiles know who was the most capable assistant of its master, and not the unreliable traitors who had temporarily turned to its master. It did not immediately answer Fu Luofa's question. Instead, it silently looked around the underground space. Demons could easily see through the darkness and capture even the faintest light in the darkness. In its view, this dark underground space was as bright as noon. This was an open hall, but it looked more like a workshop. There were rows of metal platforms in the hall, and further away, there was a row of metal culture tanks. There were a total of 12. In the position of the 13th, the metal culture tank that was originally placed there had been removed and was empty. Akenta raised its head and looked at the ceiling in the center of the hall. There was a huge symbol of the Twilight and Order dragon surrounding Woned. It was the symbol of the Gaia organization. After seeing this, it lowered its head and looked at Fu Luofa and the others again. "Little girl, are you afraid?" Akenta said in a triumphant tone. "Previously, you just paid the price for your rudeness. I just want you to understand that necessary courtesy is very important, especially in front of a true powerhouse. It may save your life, but of course, it may also take your life, just like now." Fu Luofa's face was dark, but she did not say a word. She knew that this time she had failed. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy would not work. Not to mention, when it came to conspiracy, they might not be the opponent of this cunning demon in front of them. As for Fu Luofa's previous threat, Akenta seemed to be somewhat disdainful. "Common enemy? You mean those pitiful humans outside? I'm afraid that they are still struggling in the sea of reptiles. I hope that they can live longer. After all, I still have a debt to settle with them." "Fu Luofa's voice. Fu Luofa. You will regret it," Fu Luofa said indifferently. Her words seemed to have affected her wound, making her cough lightly. Akenta nodded. "There is a 13th Titan beside that human. Perhaps he is indeed a unique little guy. But so what?" The greater demon opened its hand and said loudly. "Everything is in my plan. I have been waiting for this moment for thousands of years. Now, Master's great plan will be completed by me." "And you?" Akenta looked down at Fu Luofa and the other two and sneered. "You are lucky enough to witness how I complete all of this. Your foolish loyalty is not worth mentioning compared to it. Do you really think that Master sent you to complete this plan? Master only sent me the key to open the door. As keys, you should learn to be self-aware after completing your mission. It's a pity." It shook its head and sighed. "You are too stupid. You don't understand the subtle meaning of wisdom." As it said that, the greater demon slowly walked to the center of the hall. Fu Luofa frowned. Just as she was puzzled by its strange actions, the greater demon raised its chin and shouted. "Come out, Gaia. I know you are here. The so-called Mother Earth. How long do you want to hide? Are you waiting for me to completely raze this place to the ground?" The Lord of Purgatory's arrogant roar reverberated in the hall. Fu Luofa and the others couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, the hall became slightly brighter. A gentle voice sounded from the darkness. "Akentu, we meet again. After 10,000 years, 234 days, 17 hours, 23 minutes, and 55 seconds, I notice that your body's functions have declined a lot. This means that the power of the demons is gradually fading. As I expected, the power of dusk is declining due to the deterioration of the world's power level." Akenta narrowed his eyes and looked at the light that suddenly rose in the center of the hall. It was a pure ball of light. In the center of the ball of light, a gentle stream of light flowed like a stream of water. It was like a ray of light that was born in ancient times. Everyone in the hall, including Fu Luofa, couldn't help but be shocked. The mission given to them by their master was to bring back the core secret of Stagnation Realm. Just as Akenta said, they only knew that the secret was buried under the laboratory, but no one knew that there was a god here. Mother Earth. Gaia. "Don't pretend to be mysterious," Akenta snorted. "I'm not here to talk nonsense with you, Gaia. Perhaps your plan was very precise, and the attack of the Bugas that day was completely beyond our expectations. But unfortunately, all was for naught. You ultimately failed. Thousands of years later, I still came here. You may not have expected it, but it was the mortals that you placed high hopes on that helped me complete all of this. It was my mortal servants who opened the channel of the moons, and another group of mortals who unlocked my seal. So, do you feel that fate is playing you? Akentu, it's meaningless. No matter how much you do, you can't redeem all of this. With the advent of the mortal era, the defeat of the Dusk Dragon is inevitable. This war that has lasted for 6 eras will completely end here. I can't see that those pathetic vermin have the ability to do so." Akenta grinned ferociously. "On the contrary, the Great Master has obtained the only pure-blooded ancestor. You have even lost the user of the key. And I'm here to completely cut off all hope for you. Perhaps you're right about one thing, Gaia. The Lord of Purgatory's face was full of fanaticism. The War of 6 Eras will completely end here. This time, you can no longer escape the judgment of the Master by rebooting this world. So now tell me, where is the Throne of Destiny? The light ball flickered for a moment. Do you really want to see the Throne of Destiny, Akentu? The gentle voice said. Perhaps when you see the ultimate face of this plan, it will be too late for you to regret. Akentu let out a long laugh. Are these your empty threats, Gaia? How laughable. When did Martha and her gods fall to such a state? Do you think I'll retreat? I can't think of anything here that can stop me. Is it the gods or the titans? I won't stop you, Akentu. You'll see it soon. The Lord of Purgatory was slightly stunned. He knew that Martha's Tiamat code had an unprecedented highest authority behind it. This authority had only been used a few times in the past eras, but each time, it had allowed this world to escape the final fate of the Twilight. In the 5th and 6th War, the Twilight Dragon had not hesitated to project its true body into this world in order to steal this highest authority itself. This authority was so important, whether it was to its great master or the gods of Wonde, because at this moment, it was almost the final hammer that determined the final outcome of this war. But why was the other party so indifferent about it? At that moment, Akentu had a moment of hesitation. But he quickly threw this hesitation to the back of his mind. At this critical moment, he would never retreat because of a little bit of empty threats, and the great existence behind him would never allow it. Thinking of this, the Lord of Purgatory quickly became cold and resolute. Its scarlet-red eyes turned back to yellow, and a cruel and cunning light flickered in its eyes as it coldly replied. Yes, Lord of Purgatory. He said coldly, I hope you're not stupid enough to play any tricks, Gaia. What is this place? Just as Alaz suspected that this underground tunnel that seemed to extend infinitely in both directions had no end, the light of the flame in Brando's hand suddenly spread out along the walls on both sides of the tunnel to the left and right, and finally formed a huge underground hall. Alaz was very familiar with the structure of this hall. Because when they were underground in the magic relay station, they set off from such a hall, and then followed this underground tunnel full of metal tracks and pipes for almost a quarter of an hour before arriving at this place. The hall was very grand, and there were at least 7 or 8 tunnels intersecting here. The metal tracks overlapped with each other, but at the intersection, there seemed to be some kind of mechanism that could change the tracks. Almost everyone was curious about these things, but Delphian had seen magic cars in Hazel before. The Hazel people used magic-powered cars to transport or on the tracks, and that kind of track was almost the same as these metal tracks, but much shorter and narrower, and was usually only used in mines. Are we back to the starting point again? Seeing this scene, Feng Qi could not help but frown in doubt. Obviously not. The little female dragon observed very carefully. The furnishings on the platform are different, and there are many more converging tunnels here. I understand. The ground here must be similar to the previous magic relay station. Brando was very surprised by the little female dragon's ability to draw inferences. He looked at her with some surprise and replied, That's a station, not a platform. He raised the flame in his hand and looked carefully at the sign in the hall. After seeing the words on it, he nodded. We're here. Chapter 14:18. Mr. Brando, come and take a look at this. Magadal's voice came from the side. Brendel moved the flame in his hand towards that direction, and the light seemed to have a shape in the darkness. In the pale and narrow space, it reflected a huge door that was twisted to the side. Its alloy material was easily torn apart like paper. Brando saw the fresh claw marks on the door, and knew that either Flora or Akentu had passed by here not long ago. Unless there was a third party, this meant that they had found the right place. Look at the ground. Huang Hua pointed at the bloodstains on the ground. The dried bloodstains glittered like gold in the pale light. This is dragon blood. Alaz was anxious and wanted to rush behind the door. But Brendel grabbed her by the shoulder, pulled out the holy sword Oderfeis with one hand, and walked in ahead of her. Behind the twisted alloy door was the underground hall where Akentu and Flora had a conflict not long ago. As soon as Brando entered the empty hall, he raised the flame in his hand and let the pale light spread in all directions. He only needed to look at the furnishings to know that they had entered the core area of the laboratory. His gaze fell on the metal culture tanks leaning against the wall, and then turned to look at Magadal behind him. The nun princess let out a low cry when she saw this scene. Her face turned pale, and her whole body swayed and fell backwards.
If it was not for Brando who caught her in time, the Princess of Antoinette would have fallen to the ground. Miss Magadel, what did you remember?
Brendel asked in a low voice.
I.
Magadel's lips trembled slightly. I think I have been here before.
You're actually very afraid that what your grandfather said is true.
Brendel let go of her hand. You don't believe what Andrea told you. In your heart, you still want to be the nun princess of Antiburo. That's all. You want to go back to those days, right? Magadel's face was a little pale.
She placed her hand on her chest and lowered her head in pain.
I'm scared. I'm really scared. Mr. Brendel, there's another me living in my heart. I'm so scared.
If I remember my past, I'll lose everything. She suddenly covered her face and sobbed.
Mr. Brando, I think I am so selfish.
She gave me life, but I am so afraid of her.
The sudden sound of a young girl crying in the darkness made everyone stop. Even Alaz, who was most anxious for her partner, could not help but stop and look at the nun princess. No one had ever seen the usually quiet and gentle princess cry so hysterically. Even Lotus and Huang Hua were at a loss for what to do with this sudden change. Brando also looked at her.
Looking at this lady, he could not help but think of Marshal Brando's request.
After all, he was Magadel's grandfather.
Although he was only a figurehead, Marshal Brando was the only one who could see the confusion and avoidance in his granddaughter's heart.
Perhaps he had already seen through it. Instead of letting this secret be buried in her heart forever, it would be better for her to face the truth. Perhaps it was a little cruel, but at least it would give her a chance to let go of the knot in her heart forever. Perhaps no one in this world would know what the nun princess saw on her last trip to the Silver Plains. Instead of trying to find an answer by beating around the bush, why not come to this world again?
Andrea's suggestion was not without reason.
Brando silently walked over and grabbed Princess Magadel's arm, taking her hand away from her face. She gave you life, and let you replace her to complete her unfinished business.
Perhaps she did not want you to appear so weak, Miss Magadel. Magadel raised her head and looked at him with tear-stained eyes. Brando looked at her eyes that were as clear as the sea, and comforted her gently. Don't be afraid, Miss Magadel. You are yourself.
You will always hold on to your ideals, beliefs, and feelings. That's why it is so real. We will say that you are Princess Griffine's good friend, the nun princess of Antiburo. You are Marshal Brando's granddaughter, Magadel Antiburo Lopez.
But is that important?
Because no matter where you come from, no matter who you are, at this moment, you are with us, standing side by side. We will face the dangers and the future together. The symbol and meaning of our names and identities may not depend on who and what they are, but on who and what we mean to others.
Others? Brando nodded and then asked. So, our trusted friend, Miss Magadel, have you regained your courage?
Magadel slowly blinked. Her eyes were as bright and beautiful as crystals. She looked at the others in confusion.
Lotus, who was not far away, adjusted her glasses that were about to fall off the bridge of her nose, and hurriedly raised her fist and said, Miss Magadel, Mr. Brando is right.
You are the best. Have you forgotten about the battle just now?
Actually, the most important thing is that you are the most charming.
Feng Qi added. He glanced at the Prime Minister's daughter, and was kicked by Alaz.
Magadel let out a sigh of relief.
She looked at the rows of metal culture tanks on the wall. There were a total of 12 of them.
This cold scene was so familiar to her, but at this moment, she no longer felt the suffocating fear.
This is the place where I was born. She thought to herself, how nice. Being able to live in this world is such a great thing. Magadel quietly raised her head, and saw that Brando's gaze was still on her. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic.
Brando did not have such complicated thoughts in his mind.
He asked, Miss Magadel, do you remember everything about this place?
Magadel hurriedly replied, Yes, Mr. Brando.
The moment I entered here, many memories appeared in my mind. Is there anything that scares you?
Magadel frowned and she pressed her forehead and said, I remember that I have been to a similar place before, and I saw something.
What? I don't know. I feel that my mind is in a mess, and I am very scared. I think, maybe she is affecting me. You have been here before. After you were born, you found your own culture tank, and tried to remove a nameplate from it.
Brando replied. In that adventure you saw something. That encounter caused you to be seriously injured, and not long after you returned to Antoine, you died. After that, it is the history that we are familiar with.
Then, what is here that is enough to threaten you? Have you been to this stagnant realm before?
Miss Magadal, do you remember what happened in between?
Brendel suddenly asked, not giving her any face. No, I didn't. Beads of sweat appeared on Magadal's forehead. She had just calmed down a little, but now she was starting to feel uneasy again. She replied nervously, I don't know.
For a moment I seem to remember something. What is it?
Brando saw that Magadal's face had turned pale again. Her eyes widened, and her pupils dilated slightly due to uneasiness. Everyone else had already entered the hall, but Ling and Lotus were still beside Brando. The little girl saw this scene and was slightly puzzled. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but was stopped by Huang Hua. Huang Hua, Mr. Brando, he... Huang Hua looked at Lotus and shook her head gently.
Believe in Master.
Princess Magadal clenched her fists. At this moment, Mr. Brando became a little detestable in her eyes. She clearly did not want to recall all of this, but the memories hidden in her heart were like an invisible hand, clutching her heart, suffocating her and making her feel as if she would die in the next moment. Her heart was thumping wildly. Did you see a black tower? But at this moment, Brando suddenly asked. The nun princess looked as if she was struck by lightning, and her mouth was wide open in shock. It was as if with Brando's words, countless memories trickled into her heart like a trickle, and those blurry memories suddenly became clear. But Brando did not care about the princess's reaction, and continued, You saw a ray of light, and that light predicted a future for you. The whole world fell into darkness, and a huge moon hung alone in the sky of the whole world. There was no light, no life, and everything was dead. You saw the back of the world, and there was a supreme authority, and there were many people, wearing purple and golden robes, and they passed by you. You saw a setting sun, and countless meteors falling from the sky. You see a tower falling from the clouds. Flames are burning fiercely, and there is only a dazzling green light shining in the clouds. You saw the dusk of the whole world, as if the prophecy of Won's destruction was right in front of you. Brando's voice softened. Am I right? Chapter 14:19. Boo. Boo. Mr. Brando, how did you know? Magadal looked at the man in front of her as if she had seen a ghost. She was so weak that she could faint at any moment. Brando did not speak.
Perhaps all of this is not your imagination. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Perhaps it is your real experience. You have seen all of this with your own eyes, and it formed a memory that is buried in the depths of your heart.
Perhaps someone purposely buried all of this. Boo! Mr. Brando, are you really the Dark Dragon? Princess Magadal was speechless for a long time.
After a while, she asked in a daze, What the witches said is true. You are the one mentioned in the Dark Prophecy, the one who came to this world, the one who knows everything, the one who will destroy everything, and the one who will save the world?
Brando let out a long sigh.
I am not. He removed the flame on his palm, and replied faintly in the darkness, Miss Magadal, it is best for you to recall who attacked you. After saying that, Brando turned his gaze to the other side of the laboratory.
The darkness couldn't obstruct his vision. His sharp heavenly eye ability and dark perception allowed him to see his surroundings clearly even without opening his eyes, regardless of the environment.
The reason why he lit the flame was only to illuminate the others.
On the other side of the laboratory, there was a door. Behind the door was the assembly workshop of the Titans. Glory of Thunder Hall. Further back, there was the storm corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there was a corridor that led to the core of the laboratory. Each name was like a lamp in the darkness, lighting up in Brando's heart one by one. In the darkness, his thoughts were like a flood that broke through the dam, rushing forward uncontrollably. He realized that he had been here before, but the memory in his mind was blank. He did not remember when he came to this place, and under what circumstances. In the game? Definitely not. In the game, There was a player who obtained the mystery of the emerald, but that was from a lich. Who had entered the stagnant realm? Maybe there was someone, but it was definitely not him. He couldn't help but groan as he held his head in pain. Although he was trying to comfort Magadal, he was also feeling a deep sense of fear in his heart. Were the memories of his previous life real and complete? If even his memories were fake, then what else in this world was real? Was the environment he was in, the people around him, everything he had experienced real? How could he be so sure? Brando couldn't help but clench his fists in secret, but he couldn't stop his mind from continuing to run wildly. This laboratory that he had never set foot in actually became strangely familiar in his eyes at this moment. He closed his eyes. His mind had already passed through the storm corridor. It was a passage full of metal pipes, and further ahead was a thick alloy door. The door was tightly shut. He had never seen such a door before, but at this moment, he realized that he recognized this door. Behind the door was the core area of the laboratory. He had never entered this area before, but he remembered that he was brought to this place by someone. That person even pointed behind the door and told him that one day, he would return here. It was as if at this moment, he really did return here. Brando felt his blood tremble a little, because he actually remembered clearly that the person who brought him here was a woman. She was called Gaia. This is the origin and end of everything, the answer to all questions. Sophie, one day you will return here, but when that time comes, you will be the one to decide everything. You will be the one to decide everything, the gentle voice repeatedly echoed in Brando's mind. Alaz had already found a magic lamp. The lamp was placed on a metal platform. The little female dragon fiddled with it and found that the lamp could still be used. And at this moment, she felt that the surroundings had darkened. She knew that it was Brando dispelling the magic on his hand. Tisk! Alaz couldn't help but snort softly. She didn't expect Brando to be paying attention to her movements. While thinking of this, her hands did not slow down. She whispered a simple spell and was about to reactivate the magic circle on the magic lamp. In this brief moment of darkness, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Brando closed his eyes. He seemed to see countless scenes overlapping in front of him. His eyes seemed to become bright. It was a golden sea of clouds and heavy rays of sunlight. He lowered his head. Under his feet was a dark obsidian floor covered with a crystal lattice network used to transmit magic. He shook his head and looked up. He found a familiar scene in front of him. On the upper floor of a tower, outside the round hall were 12 black stone pillars. Outside the stone pillars, a golden sea of clouds floated up and down. Towering buildings stood among the sea of clouds, and in the distance, the Perkin sun emitted an eternal afterglow on the horizon. There were many tall and handsome humans standing in the room. They had black hair and golden eyes, and wore robes. The robes were red on the left and black on the right, with a dark golden collar at the collar. The robes were entwined with an Ouroboros. There were a total of 11 people. One of them stepped forward and reached out to touch his eyelids. The ring of coiled serpent on his index finger shone with a silver light. Brando subconsciously took a step back, but found that he couldn't control his body at all. Then he heard those people begin to whisper. But this time, the soundless mouth seemed to have become clearer, because Brendel was surprised to find out that he could hear the sound. It was an extremely ancient language, but he naturally understood the meaning. His physique is too weak. Is this really the first generation? There is no doubt that he is from that era. Another resolute voice interrupted everyone. In order to get this sample, Martha did not hesitate to disturb the law of causality. All right, we don't have much time left. Let's vote. How do we confirm that he is trustworthy, this human called Sophie? Because he is one with us. But, in the next generation, will everything really go according to our wishes? You must know that once we make this decision, we will lose all plans to remedy it. If we don't cut off all means of retreat, how can we win? We have missed 6 eras. History has already proven everything. This time, we must believe in Martha's judgment. Then why can't we let him replace that girl? We still have a chance. But this time, we are not the ones who make the decision. According to the rules of the meeting, Arbiter's Eye, please withdraw from the voting. The silver-robed men nodded and left their seats. They turned around and walked out of the round hall. The light suddenly became bright, as if it had swallowed everyone in the hall. Brando suddenly jolted back to reality. He realized that it was Alaz who had lit up the magic lamp, and the bright light once again lit up the entire laboratory. At this time, Huang Hua finally noticed the heavy expression on her teacher's face. She could not help but ask softly, "Teacher?" "I'm fine, Huang Hua." Brando raised his head and looked at Princess Magadal apologetically. The latter's face was still a little pale. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. "Mr. Brando, Magadal shook her head gently. "I still can't remember much about the past. I can't remember who attacked me." "It's okay." Brando sighed. "Then don't think too much about it." He looked forward, and his gaze fell on the other side of the exit. "Let's move on. Akentu and the rest should have passed through here and are heading towards the core area of the laboratory." Brando's gaze fell on the center of the hole, where there were obvious traces of a battle. Alaz looked at the stained golden blood on the ground anxiously. The dragon race's sense of smell was very sensitive, and she could even distinguish the scent of Faropa from the blood. Faropa was injured, and this discovery made her very nervous. She could not help but think of the corpses she saw on the way, and was afraid that she would see Faropa's corpse next. However, she also knew that this wasn't the time for her to be willful. Putting everything else aside, the power of their opponent, the Lord of the Purgatory, Akentu, wasn't something that any of them could match. If they weren't careful, not to mention her and Fu Luo, even everyone present might be buried here forever. Brando finally saw the little female dragon's anxiety. Without saying a word, he led everyone through the laboratory and continued to move towards the core area. However, they had only taken 2 steps when they stopped. Because in the corridor behind the laboratory, they found a person covered in blood sitting against the wall. The other party's appearance was that of a human male, about 40 years old. He hung his head lifelessly, like a corpse. But Brando knew that the other party was a giant dragon. He only needed to look at the golden blood flowing out of the wounds all over his body to understand. Garek! Alaz recognized her familiar companion for the first time. She subconsciously took a step forward, but suddenly thought of something and gritted her teeth and stopped. However, as if it had heard the little female dragon's low cry, the blood-covered dragon actually swayed slightly and raised its head with some difficulty. His movement caused chaos. Lotus almost screamed and hid behind Miss Magadal, and Phoenix Fire also put on a defensive posture. Mr. Lu and Fong Qi both unsheathed their swords. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.